All right, guys, it is episode 263. We are just a couple of days away from Christmas. I'm hoping everybody is having happy or it has happy upcoming holidays this year, and we are winding up the year with none other than our end of the year award show. Always the time, always like one of the best episodes in my opinion, just to mess around with. But anyways, I am your co-host Spire, and with me are my compatriots Toast,
Hello.
Near,
Sup?
and Dark.
Hi.
All right, so we are going to go pretty much straight ahead with the awards. We pretty much have a standard list of awards that we go through uh, each year, but on top of that, sometimes we have our sort of personal customized awards near the end, and of course, we save the best for last, best and worst anime of the year, and then we'll kind of go through our thoughts on how the year shaped up. But anyways, without further ado, we are going to start with
Don't you mean
best.
further ado?
Yeah, further
No.
auto. Yeah. We are going to start out with best character, and we're gonna start off with Toast. Oh no,
Okay,
give
so
it
I have five different answers. Do you want the real one
Dude,
or the real one?
bro
I
has a
want
Well,
whole
I
it's
want
an
the
cast.
actual
award.
one you
It's an
gave the award
award, and you can only
to.
give one. So,
Yeah.
You sure? You sure? You sure, Near? You
If
can
you really
bear
have a
that
tie,
burden.
you can talk about it, but else you should probably give it to the
Yeah,
one that you
five-way
actually
tie is a bit of a
five-way tie.
little
Oh,
bit
Yeah.
of a
it's
stretch.
a top one and then a four-way tie.
we're not Kiwani, bro.
Yeah. No, if that was the case, Toast would have been giving it to anybody. It would be
Yeah.
Yeah, it
just
would be
like,
no one's getting the reward. Love you all.
yeah,
Definitely gonna be buying all your projects. That's kind of
yeah,
like
exactly.
not really award winning though, so you know.
So my
Yeah.
best character goes to the best character in Mao 2099.
Oh,
Since you're gonna bear
You
that
cannot
burden.
give it to a VTuber. You cannot give it to a VTuber. You can't. You
Count. She
can't do
was in
that.
the
You
anime.
can't do that. You can't do that.
See? That's why I said there's a four-way tie. All right, since Nier can't bear that burden, my best character is gonna go to what's her name? Yeah, whatever. Let me. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna give it to what's her name? Mina
From?
in
from My Wife Has No Emotion.
Okay.
Robots are
Okay.
oh, okay,
cool, yo.
pretty
Yeah,
good.
that's it.
All right,
She's for a cool robot. She did an outstanding
nice.
role.
That's a pretty decent pick, though. To be fair.
My
Um,
my honorable
okay.
mention is gonna go to Akemi, voiced by Takahashi Rie from
Mhm.
Snack Basue. That was a
No,
fun.
yes, yes,
That was
yes.
a fun
I
series
remember.
a
Hmm.
long time ago. Feels like last year, but it was January, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
January. My, how
Time
the
flies.
time flies. Yeah, I'll give it to those three. Sure.
Okay. All right, pretty good then. Thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Dark? Best character. You want me to
So
give
this
reasoning, whatever, that you
I
can do so as well.
had
Yeah.
yeah, this I had like a two-way tie. Like this is kind of cheating.
We're all
Um
cheaters here. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, like this is kind
No
of like a
stress.
cop cop out in a way. But I went with Okarun slash Momo from Dandadan.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
here we go.
Okay.
Here we go
Um,
already.
yeah, yeah. So this I really could not pick between the two, frankly.
Mhm.
Just because, yeah, I think they like play off of each other really well, and I think they have just such natural interactions with each other that I really liked. So
All
yeah,
right.
that is my justification.
Pretty good. Thank you very much, Dark. What about you, Nier?
Um. So this one was pretty hard, actually. This one was quite tricky. There was a lot
Yeah,
of
yeah. It was
there's a
hard for
lot
me
of
too.
really good like character-driven stories this year, I feel.
And a
Um.
lot of the stories, because like if you think about it, what does a good story with like a good cast entail? It means having a good cast, and that means that it's not just one character that's like carrying the entire thing, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I was tempted to give this to what's her name? The younger girl from Maju Lumiere. Um, but
Mm.
I ended up giving this to Kawaragi Momoko from Girls Band Cry. Um, she's
Okay.
sort of the um, I guess deuteragonist of the story, the sort of older mentor in the story, and I really, really liked how they sort of depicted her sort of inner conflict with wanting to, you know,
Right.
teach the youngins about the passion of music while also, grappling with the reality that, um, her sort of career in music met with a pretty bitter resolution, and she doesn't
Hmm.
really want to repeat that, um, but she still wants to pursue music, and it was a very interesting characterization, and I really like the way that they um, you know, brought it out. So I like the character a lot.
Right.
I liked pretty much every character in Girls Band Cry, but Momoko was definitely um, a highlight in terms of writing for me. So
Yeah. It's kind of similar to again how some of the older characters again I'm just listing this as a more familiar reference but in Bocchi the Rock somebody like Kikuri or like what like Seika, right? It's
yeah,
like it's kind of like how their roles kind of panned out, but obviously in a more, I want to say, more developed fashion in Girls Band Cry. So yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, Nier. And running up, I think I will give my best character to Shirai Shichika. So this is actually a supporting character. This is not a main character. This is a character from Tsumasho. Tsumasho gakusei ni naru. If my wife became an elementary schooler, and this character is actually the mother of the titular elementary schooler, who is sort of the wife, right? That passed away. So the way I thought about best character is a best character has to really shine in the story and take a principal role in, I want to say, controlling the narrative, controlling the story flow, right? They have to be the star, right? And it can't, you can have a cast with a bunch of good characters kind of bouncing off each other, but then you can't really give all of them best character, right? So I think out of all the series that I watched, a lot of them had good characters, a lot of them had good casts, but I think the one with a series where I would say, hey, this character is very well developed. This character is really directing how the story flows. Is this mother in the in Tsumasho's story, because getting into sort of her details about how she views her family, and then how her viewing her parents affects how she becomes a mother over the elementary school kid, right? um and how that sort of, you know at first kind of being cold, pulling her kind of into stuff, getting involved in relationships, all this drama unfolding, and how that develops later on into her becoming a much more doting parent to the elementary schooler. I think that's a huge part of Sumasho that honestly really carries the story in a much more unique way, and honestly in a much more appealing way, in my opinion, than even, I would say, the main core aspects of the story, right?
yeah,
Or the main core premise of the story, which is the husband of the deceased wife and the daughter of the deceased wife being like, "Oh, how do we go on?" Obviously, the same thematic elements are there, but this part of the story, in my opinion, carried, and even the author knows it because it became such a big part of that story. It's so show. So definitely, I think this became a best character moment for me. So yeah, that was best character. And moving on to next here on the list, instead of just best character, we now have best overall cast. And again, we start now with Toast.
Well, who has another five? One, two, three, four-way tie. Me.
Another Choani award situation. All right,
I
who do you have?
mean, I'm going to say I'm going to exempt Ranma one half from this.
Yeah, that's kind of cheating. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's not fair. Yeah.
So I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna make it a three-way tie. Why
Okay.
not? I'll make it a three-way tie between High Speed Etoile, VTuber
okay,
Legend, and
okay.
what?
No,
Nothing.
no
Yeah.
go.
What's the third one? What's the third one?
And My Wife Has No Emotion.
All right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
fair. Which one do you
High
want a
I
Speed.
can
picture of?
kind of
I'm
see
not
that
doing
the high
three.
scale at 12.
All right,
Yeah.
you can put up High Speed Etoile. Why
All
not?
right.
Mhm.
They're,
All right.
they're all
So do you want
generic, but they're all
to?
super
Okay.
flashy and shiny for High Speed Etoile.
Uh-huh.
VTuber Legend, that was a surprise hit with all the VTuber models and how they interact with each other. And My Wife Has No Emotion has a very interesting dynamic between Amina and the main dude, plus the side cast,
Okay.
like the other robots and the other Minas. That was cool. I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Thank you, Toast. What about you, Dark?
Right, so this was one of the series where you know, when looking back, I was like, "Oh shit, that was this year, huh?" And it was pretty easy at that.
Mm-hmm.
I went with Dungeon Meshi.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Oh, near. That means you have to take up the slack. Right.
What?
You know what he's gonna. You know what you must do.
No, I'm not changing mine, man.
But yeah,
So,
so Dungeon Meshi, I mean, like, what is there really else? Like, what else is there really to say about it? It was
yeah.
fantastic. Just realistically, like, no character I felt like really carried it overall. I felt like it was, you know, it
But
was
what about Marcio?
very much that group effort. See, like, that's the thing. Like,
And
I would
yeah.
not be able to choose. Um,
Mm,
and yeah, like Marcio is great, but then you think like, yeah, no, all of the character moments were all great. So yeah,
mm,
no,
yeah.
I went with Dungeon Meshi.
All right. Pretty good. I think one of the ones that was I think we expected to win one of these awards sooner or later. Nier, what about you? Best cast.
Um, so this one was actually pretty hard. Because I feel like a
Yeah.
lot of the stuff I watch, obviously, again, Ranma one half is cheating. Um, so I didn't pick that. Um, but I was thinking about it.
Spice and Wolf.
Yeah, yeah.
2024.
Um, but yeah, there was a lot of stuff that had really good. Um, so like best cast for me is like really good banter. All the characters sort of support each
Yep.
other in a way that is natural. It's cohesive to the story.
Yep.
You know, they mesh well. They're very obviously um, friends with each other, or you know, their rivalry is not some stupid like forced drama point. Um, they have good comedy, good dynamics, just overall, good interactions with each other. And there were some pretty good casts this year. Honorable mentions
Mm,
to something like Magic Lumiere, Kaiju number 8 had a really good cast. Elusive
right.
Samurai had a pretty good cast. Obviously, Dandanan has a very good cast. But ultimately, I gave my award to Dungeon Meshi um,
Mm,
because I think it's very telling that whenever you talk to somebody about Dungeon Meshi who's also read/watched Dungeon Meshi, one of the first questions that somebody will ask you is, "Who's your favorite in the party?" Right?
yes.
That's
Yes.
that's
How many of
always
them
one of
say
the
Chilchuck?
Yes.
not that many, but Chilchuck is very good, obviously.
But you won't
Also,
like
near
you won't
one of the
always get
other
Martial, for instance. Yeah.
near one of the other questions I keep hearing are, do you watch it subbed or dubbed?
I mean, you just get that question
That's
whenever a series gets like
yeah.
very popular in the West, right?
Yeah.
Especially because it's on Netflix, right?
It's probably fair in this case though because of that influence, like German dub and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, it's just very. It's like it's very indicative that like you know it's very often that everyone that you ask sort of has a different answer for who their
Mhm.
favorite is, right? A lot of people
Mhm.
like Marcial, a lot of people like Senshi, a lot of people like Laios. Um, I will say it's not super common that people will say their favorite is Chillichuck, but there are people out there that really like Chillichuck. Um, I'm a Fallon
Mhm.
head, even though she's not technically part of the main
Fallon
party.
is good. Fallon is freaking
But
great.
I'm a
Yep.
Fallon head. Um,
Uh-huh.
but yeah, the Dungeon Meshi cast is like it's peak, right? So
Yeah, 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 yeah. All right. Thank you very much. And me running up, Dark is going to have a little bit more work. And by work, a little bit more work, I mean he's just going to need to copy that again because I also gave it to Dungeon Meshi.
What?
This I'm already regretting being last in line because Dark and Near have already taken all the words I wanted to say out of my mouth here.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, I mean, obviously there are so many intangibles. I mean, there's a lot of the stuff that Dark and Near did an X analysis of just now, but there are so many like intangibles to on how just like cast properly meshes together. And I would say the biggest metric for me is just as Near suggested or just stated. He, it's when you ask people usually like, "What's your favorite character from a series or whatever?" Right? It's not that common, especially in some a cast that seems kind of this lopsided, right? You would expect in Dungeon Meshi, oh, of course it's Marcial. Like, what the hell are you talking about, right? Um, but it's it's Marcial, it's Senshi, maybe even like Choujou or Fallon or whatever stuff like that, and you get this sort of response, and I like all these different characters from various different people speaks very much to how well balanced the cast member is. And again, you usually don't get that even in something like I would say probably like an infamous example, right? Would be something like ReZero, where you would be like, what is what is your favorite character? And how many people answer Amelia, right? How many people even answer Ram, to be honest, right? It's
yeah,
like 99.999% is like Ram, or maybe I forget who that like the dark version of like Amelia or whatever. The
yeah,
like some people did that a little bit later, but it's like people literally go like from outside of ReZero literally go like, is Rem like the main character? Like what's going on, right? And there's stuff like that. And so it is very often rare that you get such good balance at times, even in something like an Overlord where a lot of the characters are developed. What are usually the characters that are favored? It's like other than Momonga, right, the main character himself, it's like Albedo, Shaltier. That's about it. That's really about it.
yeah,
But
What
again,
about the robot
it's
chick? People like the robot chick. CZ, right?
yeah, but it's like sort of, but she's
People like
again, it's like a
Shell
very
tier?
very niche
Wait a
take.
minute.
Yeah,
That's
Shaltier and
suspicious.
Albedo are like the most like sold, like upfront sold by that franchise,
By the
and is
Dojins?
a
Where are
correspondingly
we
much
going with this?
popular. No, just by the officials. Like
bro.
literally, Shaltier was
Sheltier is
the
like
originator. Yeah.
yeah, Sheltier is like the go-to like she's like the modern fucking fuck what was Yurei Nikki? Like she's like the modern
Yeah.
fucking
Yume Nikki?
depiction of like not Yume Nikki.
Oh.
Um, but yeah,
Mirai Nikki. Mirai
Yeah,
Nikki.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yes, yes,
Yeah, yeah,
Mirai
yeah. There
Yeah.
we
Nikki.
go.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, she's like the modern like version of like that character
Kaseyuno.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, like just like
Kaseyuno.
the
Yeah.
crazy like fucking
Yeah.
willing to
And it
fucking
helped that
murder
she was also
whatever.
voiced by Uesaka Sumire as
Yeah,
well, and she did an excellent job. But
yeah.
yeah,
Sheltier is
it's
very
like
popular.
yeah, Shaltier was originally Albedo is actually the sort of DLC character in a sense. If you read how the adaptations work, got added on due to the anime and later on in sort of like the light novel adaptation ish, right? In the original web novel, Shaltier was the OG kind of like um uh right-hand man of the main
Right.
character. But yeah, it's very rare that you get a balance as good as you see in Dungeon Meshi compared to other series. So definitely a proper Dungeon Meshi award all around. Next on the list, now we get to a little bit more of the nerd zone, right? I pushed this award because I'm a freaking nerd, but it is best voice actor. Again, not everybody here might want to participate, and that's fine. But Toast, do you
Oh,
have somebody for best voice actor
you
or
fool!
actress?
You should not let me go first for this. You fool! Because
How?
I
Please,
will,
are you gonna list all the
I will
VTubers,
set the
please?
standard. I have not, yeah, yeah, because I will now set the standard for the rest of this discussion. You fool! My
All right,
best
go
voice
for
actor this year is gonna go to. It's a two-way tie. This, yeah, this year, two-way tie. I'm gonna
it.
give it to Toko Yamitoa as Toko Yamitoa in Mile 2099 for obvious reasons. Because it counts, she's in the anime. But if you want my real answer,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna give it to the upcoming newcomer VA in Moana 2, Hoshimachi Suisei. I haven't heard
Uh,
it yet,
I
but
mean,
she's
you
the
haven't
best
heard it
newcomer.
yet?
She's the best voice
Okay.
actor this year.
all right, man.
Okay.
Wait, no, hold on,
All
no,
right.
hold on. That's the next one. My bad.
No
My
worries.
bad. That's the
All right. All
next.
right.
That's the
Well,
next one, is
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah. All
yeah.
right. So,
You can go again afterwards, but yeah, okay.
yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Toast. Dark. Um. Yeah.
Yeah, so for mine, I kind of cheated again.
Mm,
So this again was tough. But I wound up going with, flip a coin. Is it Wakayama Shion or Hanai Natsuki? Right? as
oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Ken and Momo, respectively. So
Oh, okay. 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 Okay.
yeah, this is another Dandadan. Their performances were killer, right? Like
Mm.
there's really no other way to put it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They tore that shit up. Their character
Yeah.
interactions are great. Their deliveries are fantastic. The amount of like switching, like switch ups in their vocal performance was also really good. And yeah, not really a whole lot else you could, I feel like, ask for
Hmm.
from
Okay.
from a VA cast. So from
Right.
a
Right.
voice actor in general. So had to
Yeah.
give
I
it to
mean,
them.
yeah, the duo shield, especially with Hananaski, they show, why, they are the popular veterans.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
are the
plus,
prolific veterans they
yeah,
are. Yeah.
plus like not only their character interaction, their like character interaction change-ups that they do with their voices, just in that, but
Mhm.
also even more so with Okarun's transformation into like the depressive mode.
Right.
The
Right.
the
Right.
snapping back and forth between those was very fun during the series.
Yeah. Yeah. All
All
right.
right.
Thank
I'm
you, Dark.
back. I got mine now. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Yeah.
got the correct one. All right.
All right.
Who
What
wants a
was yours?
three-way tie? Anyway,
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I'm
well, you're
gonna
gonna have
give
to choose one.
I'm gonna give mine to Sembongi Sayaka,
Oh, okay. Senbonki Sayaka. Okay.
who is the voice of Marcel in Dungeon Meshi. I might
Mm-hmm.
as well throw it in there. Marcel's pretty good, and
All right.
my two honorable mentions is gonna be my is gonna be two classics, and you can't tell me otherwise.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh right,
yes.
I'm gonna give it to Marina Inoue.
Okay.
Okay. That's also classic. Yeah.
And
Do you want to know why?
for what?
Why?
A certain series reappeared this year. It was pretty good.
Data Live?
Hell yeah.
Hey, Data Live
Wow.
5. Let's go. All right.
My other honorable mention goes to Yoko Hikasa. That's also classic.
Hmm.
Heck yeah.
All
And
right,
then
pretty good,
my
pretty good.
third
Yeah, Yopi
honorable
Hikasha
mention
did a lot. A lot too this year.
my third
Yeah.
honorable mention goes to Ueda Reina as
Mm-hmm.
the voice of Chinatsu Kano from Blue Box. That was a good role for
Yeah.
her.
Wishama does those like she fits those roles to a T. It's very like you give her like a demure female role that she's like, like, can I do this? And it's like, boom, she's got it. It's done. So yeah,
The word demure has lost all meaning this year.
yeah. But yeah. Anyways, thank you, Toast. What about you, Nier?
So,
You have one? Yeah.
um, I was gonna kind of just like uh throw an award out there and be like, yeah, if I was I, 'cause she's been on a tear this year, right?
Okay.
She was in she was mains in what was it? Mysterious Disappearances, Kaiju number 8, Mayanaka Punch, Naked Pussy Angler. She made her Dragon Ball debut this year. Um, and then as I was going through her roles, I was like,
Uh-huh.
oh yeah, she was in Magic Lumiere. And then I
She
remember.
she did like 11 main roles this year.
Yeah,
That's
and then I
like unique main
remembered,
roles, by the way.
and
Yeah.
then I remembered who I really wanted to give the award to this year,
Okay. Who
which
is it?
is Yumiri Hanamori.
Ah, Hanamori Yumiri,
Yep,
yes.
who voiced Hitomi Koshigaya in Magic
Uh-huh.
Lumiere.
Uh-huh.
And as I said when I covered this series, she's basically carrying this fucking show on her back with her performance. Like she's that good. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this year she also had roles in what was it? She did some FGO stuff, obviously. Um, she was in Shangri-La Frontier season 2, um, and some other stuff here
Yeah,
and
she did
there,
a
some
lot of
Pokemon
supporting roles
stuff.
too. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, some supporting stuff. But yeah, just oh yeah, she was in Yuta Camp as well. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, just her like. So I'm less of a BA nerd as some of the other guys are on the podcast. So
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not like weighting it quite as heavily with like pure range or whatever.
Numbers,
Um,
or anything, yeah.
but she fucking killed this role in Magic Lumiere like so
Yeah, yeah, for
hard that
sure.
I was like, I gotta give this to her.
Okay,
She was
okay,
she
okay.
was very very good. So
All right. Thank you very much. So for me, best voice actor slash actress, the way I generally do it, and it's been pretty same-ish the last, I want to say, at least since like pre-COVID even. Um, the way I weight it is like obviously the more I try to keep it a little bit more of a numbers game, although obviously things get more qualitative, right? The more we compare. But the more main roles we have is good. And when also out of those main roles, I try to discard all of the main roles that they automatically get from previous anime. So the issue is like this sort of not issue, but it's like this helps weed out voice actresses like Takashi Rie, which this year she obviously was on the grind. A lot of most of the say all of the Seiyuu are like hardworking. They're constantly like applying to stuff and trying to get new roles. And Takashi Rie was the same. She got like a lot of like different roles, but like all of like 80-90% of her main roles was just stuff like Mashu in FGO,
yeah,
Megumi in Konosuba, Emilia in ReZero, like
it's like free
like
money, man.
yeah, it's literally things that make her infinite money. So she's just like, yeah, I don't really need to go out to other main roles. Like, why should I bother? It's like I literally get infinite money, right? So I try to weigh new main roles that appear this season, or sorry, this year, and then out of those, I start weighing by sort of how standout those role series are in the season or year. Obviously, being a main for Chainsaw Man or Trigon or whatever, right, is much more important than, or it's much more impactful and much more on the line, right? You have to give it your all, then, or it's much more important, right, overall to the anime industry than it is being a main character for oh, I have 50 girls in an isekai or whatever other shit series White Fox makes,
Yeah.
right? So that's sort of how we did. And this year, I gave my award. There was a lot of good, voice actors, actresses, stuff like that. A lot of people who are doing a lot of work. I gave my award to Fairu's Eye.
For
So
what
Fairu's
role?
Eye has been, Fairu's Eye has been prolific for quite a while, especially ever since her explosive, meteoric debut in around 2018, 2019, right, where when Danbaru anime came in, right, and then
Yeah.
she got like the JoJo role
Damn,
afterwards,
that
and it
was
was just
6
this
years
awesome
ago.
everything.
That was a while ago.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah, yeah. I was
Wow.
surprised too. I thought it was like at least 2020 or 2022 or something like that. But yeah, she got that. She went to the JoJo role, and like obviously she's been prolific for quite a while after since then. But this year was her year. Like if you look at the number of roles that
She's
she
been
got,
grinding really
she's
hardcore.
yeah, and she got these are all like specific main roles in like different new series. She has 11 main roles across like different series, and they're not all, isekai harem member number 2 or whatever, right? These are like um she has like a mahjong role. She did, Majin Lumiere. She did Negapuzzle Angler. She did Bye Bye Earth. She was in Kaiju number 8. She was in Viral Hit. She was in, like all of these things. And it was just ridiculous. And this is on top of her, doing stuff for Chainsaw Man and the other stuff, right? So it was very silly just how many main roles that she received. This was definitely her second showing. Holy shit, that picture. Straight. Um, honorable mentions, I would say, go to Umeda Shuichiro, who did like 8 different main roles, all in different like various interesting, series. Anything from Senpai wa Otokonoko, right? Senpai wa Otokonoko to Ao no Miburo stuff to Isekai stuff to Makehiro Inga Osugiru, Makeine's main character, just like all these different roles, Shoshimin, stuff like that. So him as well as Suzuki Ryota, who also, did almost as many main roles across a bunch of different interesting anime. But yeah, Fairu's Eye, just ridiculous what her track record was this year. But yeah. Anyways, that was it for our uh best voice actor slash actress. And now we move on to best newcomer voice actor slash actress. And this is like a little funny one. Again, this because I'm a freaking nerd, but this one actually managed to stay for quite a while because it is interesting to kind of look through the records sometimes. But yeah, Toast, you want to repeat for the
Yeah.
newcomer? Yeah,
Newcomer VA. Three-way tie.
your tie. Yeah.
Three-way tie. Guess what? They're all VTubers.
Okay.
Tokiyami Toe as Tokiyami Toe, Suisei as the girl in Moana 2. I haven't seen the movie yet. And the last one is going to be Koito Ria as her role as Lilium in Isekai Onsen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
AKA, well, I won't mention her name, but anyways, yeah, okay, thank you very
Uh,
much.
yeah, I looked and I
Uh,
was like, wait a minute, this is her only
yeah,
role in
yeah, yeah, yeah,
2024. So
yeah. All
it's
right,
it's
well,
true. It's real. It's real. That one's real.
yeah. Thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Dork?
I went with Yukawa Asaki. Not that you would see it on
Yes.
stream because OVS sucks, man. OVS is
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah,
ass. It's like unreal.
yeah.
But yeah,
Well, yeah,
anyhow, there we go. Now for it's so bad. You move a picture, it moves a fucking layer. It's
yeah.
garbage.
But
Anyway,
yeah,
but
she
yeah,
she
I
actually
went with
got like
her.
a couple of good roles, main
Yeah,
roles as
she
well.
got a
Yeah.
couple main roles like right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
So Tonari no Yokai-san, she's the main girl, the main like young girl in that who's like the becoming a shrine maiden, with
Mm-hmm.
all the yokai around her and stuff. And that show was fun. Her performance was really good. And then her performance as Tokiyuki, from Elusive Samurai was killer.
Yeah.
Especially for a
Yes. Yes.
newcomer. So
Yeah.
yeah, this is not someone who sounds like a newcomer in any way, shape, or form. And it's her work is very impressive.
and her track record in 2024. By the way, she is more pretty much a newcomer. She has like maybe two like small supporting roles in 2023,
Yeah,
but
she
like
has like
her track record in 2024 is like the same as like a standard BA-lister like veteran. It's
yeah.
kind of silly. But yeah. All right, thank you very much. What about you, Near?
Um, so I also went with Yuka Asaki. Um, I think she killed it this year, right? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously she got her sort of main break in Tonari no Yokai-san. She was sort of
Mhm.
the young sort of sidekick neighbor role. Um, and then she got a couple of supporting roles between then. Uh, in what was this? This was the Jellyfish series, right? Yeah, she was in that.
Yes, yes,
She
yes,
was
yes.
in Trapezium, which was the Cloverworks sort of idol movie
Yes.
that they
Yeah.
released, and then again she was the main character in Elusive Samurai, which was a very very impressive role that she did. Um,
Mhm.
shows that she has the versatility to do the young boy role, uh, balancing an interesting role because Elusive Samurai has a very interesting balance between very dark emotional scenes and very light
Mhm.
comedic scenes. She did a very good job there. Yeah, I think she killed it. Honorable
Yep.
mentions for me go to Izumi Fuka, who made her debut this year with stuff like Gushing Over Magical Girls, High Speed Etoile, stuff like that. And also honorable mentions go to pretty much the entire main cast of Girls Band Cry,
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
they
Who
were
was like
they
essentially like when
were
they essentially made like a rock
yeah, they made like
or
a
like
idol sort of rock
yeah,
group,
yeah, yeah.
and then all of those girls who are in the group voiced their respective characters. Very
Yeah.
very interesting, very impressive.
It's kind of similar to they kind of borrowed off, not really borrow, but it was kind of similar to what Bang Dream tried to do before, right? It's
Yeah,
like with
yeah.
they took their voice actresses and tried to make it like an actual band and stuff like that, but it was good. Yeah. All right, Near, thank you very much. And I am regretting so much right now putting myself last because my best voice newcomer VA is again similar to how I award best VA in general, but I gave mine to Izumi Fuka, which it was the honorable mention for Nier, and for pretty much the same reasons. But again, did High Spirited 12 main, did Maho Ako main, which was just popping, and on top of that, Nogatan main. So just three very stable, strong ones right off the bat. And honorable mention obviously goes to what what Dark and Nier mentioned, Yuka Asuki, and for obvious reasons, doing Nigijo's no Wakagimi main character stuff like that. But yeah, I pretty much had the same two people. I just switched the order a little bit. But yeah, all right. Thank you very much, guys, and we're going to move on to our audio visual audio visuals section now.
Oh boy, yeah.
So this is gonna be fun. This is all always the section that essentially not pollutes, but like by the end of this, like when I'm going through trying to like select these things, I always have like 50 different YouTube videos in my history just being like trying to go through all the
Yep, yep.
OPs and OCs and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. It's good though. But yeah, starting off, we are going through best OP and ED or slash ED. Starting with Toast. One OP or opening or ending for us, please.
Remember, Spire, when you said like earlier in the day, or that you said that we would have the same one? That's why I
I
believe you
thought
should
we
go
would, and then
first.
I changed.
I believe
I
you
thought
should
I
go
would.
first.
No, no, no. I'm not. I chose a different answer. That's
Oh,
why
did you?
I was
Yeah,
like,
that's why I believe
yeah,
you
yeah,
should
yeah,
go
He
first.
knows. He
Yes,
knows
Spire.
he chose a
yeah,
different one. That's crazy.
I believe you
yeah.
should go first in order to dissuade me. See if your
Oh,
gamble
really?
paid off.
Dissuade you? What do you
Just
mean?
Did your gamble
I
pay
do
off,
just
Spire?
want
Yeah,
to
go
add
ahead.
Spire, don't feel guilty about changing the order at all. OBS is
yeah,
such a
yeah,
clusterfuck. None of this setup
yeah.
mattered.
So I'm going to do so my pick is from the Urusei Yatsura 2022 remake. It is a season 2, opening 2. It is By My Darling by Miki Maria
Do we allow
Ito.
this?
See, to me, I disqualified season 2's
Yes,
personally.
exactly.
Really? Just like even like opening endings? Because I have
Yeah,
like
I
Yeah.
did
okay.
because otherwise it would have been a sweep, in
Okay.
my
Yeah, yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
But
I can try
I
another.
mean,
Yeah.
it's
So
fine. It's fine if you want to.
Yeah.
But me personally,
I
I
think if
disqualified season 2's.
yeah, so if I had to completely disqualify like season 2s, I would probably pick um Odd Number by Yoshino, which is from the Hitoribochi no Isekai Koryak opening. So this is like an isekai. Yeah, it's like being a loner in another world or whatever it's called, right? This is Odd Number by Yoshino, and this one is just the vocal, the vocal like variations and like the um uh, I don't know. It's almost I don't want to compare it to like other necessarily famous Lego Taite, but I really like the jumps and like the sort of challenges that Yoshino tries to do in this opening, and that made it a lot more fun for sure to listen to. So it would be Odd Number by Yoshino, and I think an honorable mention will be Fripside doing Secret Operation by Secret Operation. So Secret Operation is the opening for Yosakura-san Chi no Daisaksen, and this one is special because Fripside, for those of you who didn't know, a couple of years back, kind of broke up essentially with Yoshino Nanja because Nanja wanted to do other stuff, and then Flipside got the duo singers in, and then they were like, wait a minute. Yoshino Nanja makes all the money all the time, and Yoshino Nanja was like, "Wait a minute, Flipside makes all the money all the time." So then they brought the squad back together and spit out some more openings, and this is one of the openings that they spit out. And it's classic. It's Flipside. It's Yoshino Nanjo. It's them singing for an anime song. Well, what's not to love, right? So that's honorable mention shout out. If I didn't have the season 2 restraints, what I was going to say was it's By My Darling, Miki Maria Nito, Urusei Yatsura season 2 opening, OP2, which had like all the keys and like tonal changes as well, and it tries to like almost go into like different genres at times in the opening, but at the same time it tries to do like there are like even some like lines that I hear like from like K-pop bands in the back in previous that were popular in Japan in years past, and there were like some inspirations from that too, and it's very good. It's just like so varied, and I really like how that opening goes. And I was also gonna give a shout out to obviously Mashley season 2 OP, Creepy Nuts, uh Bling Bang Bang Boom, right? So but yeah, that was sort of what I was
Especially
gonna do with
Bling
OPED.
Bang Born.
Bling Bang Bang Born, right?
Oh
Born?
my
Yeah.
god.
Bling Bang Bang Born, yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
idiot. How could you forget?
I apologize. um, but yeah, that would be my best OP and ED for this year. Toast, what about you?
I'm sticking to my gunspire.
What is it?
My my best opening of the year
Mm-hmm.
is going to
Yeah.
Yeah.
huh? Oh, hello.
Hi.
We'll give it to Okairi Nasai, which is My Wife Has No Emotions opening.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because
This is this is by Tokino Sora. Yeah.
hell yeah, my dude.
Okay.
I see. Unlike you, I stay true to my beliefs.
All right. All
Gosh,
right.
you're
Well,
there.
thank you very
Anyway,
much, Toast.
well, I will give honorable mentions to because you always seem to combine the opening and ending. For some reason,
Mhm.
I still firmly believe they should be different categories.
We used to have
We
it in
used
different
to.
categories, but people were like not. I mean, endings are usually not.
Yeah,
people don't
the
put as much
issue
effort into
is
it. Yeah.
EDs are very rarely like non-standard. You know, they're very rarely
Yeah,
like
and
standouts.
they're not usually like super, 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 super top notch in comparison to like openings, right? So it's like it's hard. Yeah. But yeah,
That's fair.
what were you gonna
So
give a
my
shout out
my
to?
honorable
Yeah.
mentions is going to be Blue Box's opening, Same Blue by is
Okay.
it Same Blue or Same Blue? Same Blue probably.
Same blue, same blue.
By
Yeah.
official Hige Dandism, that one's really good.
Yep.
It's a
Yep.
real
Yep.
I mentioned before that I believe the animation in the opening is way better than in the actual anime. So
Mm.
yeah, and then my other ones goes to yeah. This was going to be my original actual. This I guess you could call this my real best opening, but no, it's not. I'm gonna give it to Call by Tricot, which is the "You Are Miss Servant," aka Kimi wa Meido-sama opening. That's a
Okay.
really,
Okay.
really strong opening. Spy, was that the
Yeah.
one you were picking?
No, I was because I didn't know you guys were you looking down on the season two kind of stuff. So I all in on Toast potentially
Hey
picking
man,
Creepy
I
Nuts.
wasn't.
To be honest.
I say anything goes.
So yeah, but yeah, no, those were good picks. So
Yeah,
again, thank you very
that's
much.
"You Are Miss Servant's opening, and then the ED, the ending is almost on par, which is a Hyojo Sabun by Dusal.
Hmm.
If you check out
All
the opening and ending, you'll know why, because that's got some super cool animations.
right. Well, thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Dark?
All right, so a real shocker here. I went with Don Da Don.
Donanopi, yeah, okay.
So the Don Da Don ED is like pretty standard, so I was like kind of at a toss up as to whether or not I wanted to do that. Um, but ultimately at the end of the day, I was like, you know what, that OP is so good that and crazy of to call to hit us with two massively popular bangers in the same year. That was wild. But yeah, just a really enjoyable OP. I really like the visuals on it. I really like. I mean, obviously, it's getting more into the song itself at that point, but I do really like the visuals matching the song.
Okay. All right. Pretty good. What about you, Nier? Last one rounding up this time.
So here's where my glazing starts. So I say this every year. Best OPED is a really big category for me.
Yeah.
I love OPs. I love OPs so much. I think they're the best place for animators, storyboarders, directors to really go ham, right? Like they can
Because they
really
get
do
or a lot
And
of
that's
money
why you
compared to like
had to
the
give it
amount
to
of stuff they
Kaiju
have to make.
number 8.
Yeah,
true, true as
exactly.
fuck. No.
I
But
love lizards.
yeah, the OP for me is one of the most like almost as like if not more important than like the show itself because it sets the tone,
Hmm.
it sets the vibe. It really is sort of
It draws
the
people in.
director's ability to sort of be like, this is what you're in for, right? Like this is what
Yeah.
you are about to watch. Um, so it's important, right?
Hmm.
And obviously, like I said earlier, I don't count season twos because otherwise, Mashley season two would have swept, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
because that opening was incredible. But to compensate for that, I'm giving it to Dun Dun Dun.
Uh-huh.
Because Dun Dun Dun's OP is literally like crystallization of what the series is. It's unique, it's
Uh-huh.
weird, it's quirky, it's upbeat, it's over the top, um, and it's fucking cool too, right? Like the visuals are
Hmm.
really cool. Um, the stylistic choices that they do, the colors that they use, the way they match the beat, um, the style shifts with the weird like graffiti, like aliens and monsters and stuff. It's so unique, right? And it really matches the vibe of the show. Um, and it's a
Hmm.
fucking absolute banger too, right? Like it's
Yeah, yeah,
just a
yeah.
complete banger. Um, honorable mentions for me go to the Ranma OP. I think
Yeah,
the
I
Ranma
was gonna
OP,
mention that, but
yeah,
I let
Ranma
you have
OP
it.
is really good. It's been an earworm for me for like pretty much since it came out. The sort of like string hook that's in that OP has been stuck in my head like for a really long time. It's a really fucking, it's a real earworm.
The ED's
Also,
good too.
yeah, also honorable mentions to the Ranma ED. I like the ED a lot. It's really cute. And another honorable mention, um, to probably the most unique ED I've ever seen, which is the Mysterious Disappearances ED. Which
Mm.
when I covered it, I was kind of like just blown away by this. But this is an ED where the song it's pretty standard, right? But the ED itself is animated in sand. Like
Yes,
it's
yes, yes, yes,
so
yes.
that's so strange, but it's so cool. Very, very unique.
I saw that.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Just really cool. But yeah.
Mhm. All right. Thank you very much, Nier. And next on the list, we have best overall soundtrack. Toast, would you like to help lead us off?
Near. This one's a cop out.
Why?
I'm gonna give it to Rama one half.
I mean, that's fair.
It's not fair, Near. You know the composers, right?
Yeah, I do.
Freaking Kaoru Wada. If you don't know who Kaoru Wada is, that's the Inuyasha guy. And you know what? I think it's a damn shame that Rama one half sounds way too much like Inuyasha sometimes.
I mean, it fits, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, but Inuyasha's Inuyasha. Ranma's Ranma. It needs more. It needs more.
Chinese.
I guess. It needs to sound more like due to the setting. I would say it would need more. It would sound like that, but no, it just sounds like Inuyasha to me. And you know what? That's a damn fine shame, or that's a damn fine blessing and a curse. Because I really like
Mhm.
Inuyasha.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess my
All right.
honorable shout out goes to I'll give it to Dungeon Meshi. Yeah,
Okay.
Dungeon Meshi's
Pretty
pretty
good.
cool too. But goddamn, it's
All right.
Inuyasha all over again.
Yeah.
Remember that one scene
uh,
you posted near with the when shampoo
The
arrives?
shampoo, yeah. Yeah.
It didn't have the
Racist ass fucking
yeah, it didn't have the race.
Chinese strings. Yeah.
Yeah, but to
mm.
be fair, Kaoru Wada remixed it to be less racist. And it's all right. But yeah, when happens, it just sounds like dramatic Inuyasha music when something happens, and I'm like, huh? Am I watching the right series? But yeah,
Yeah.
still best
All right.
soundtrack for me. I'll give it to that.
All right. Thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Dark?
Okay, so for this one was really, really tough. This one was really, really fucking hard. And this was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. But then looking back and thinking back, I had a lot of toss ups. Um, just to get out of the way, honorable mentions go to Elusive Samurai, because I think that has a lot of really good tracks. But one in particular that plays in I forget what episode it is, but it's right before. I think it's the episode, either the same episode as or the episode before the infamous, after image scene. And it's there's like this really weird early 2000s like synth that they use that that was in this track, in this fight
Mm.
track, and I thought it sounded insane. So
There's a lot of bizarre bops in that
yeah.
series.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's a really good one. Other honorable mention, obviously, Don to Don has an insanely good OST as well. Really, really
That
fun
was a
and
very good
weird
OST, yeah.
stuff. But my actual pick, I went with Kaiju number 8.
Hmm.
And
Yes,
the
yes.
reason
I
why was because I think Yuta Bando killed it. He is apparently an artist who was very new to anime, but he did a lot from what I was able to find, like a lot of like weird, like undergroundish type tracks.
Mhm.
No idea how they picked up this guy. Must have been like some kind of connection.
Someone on the team was probably a fan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he came in and he killed it. The needle drops in the series are really fun.
It's good.
Like you would not expect these to be like just OST tracks with how some of them sound.
Yeah, and
He
like
did
he
he did
he
a
draws
really
on
good
like
job.
different genres as well, where it's like it's not just standard J-pop, J-rock, or like orchestral whatever
Yeah, he
stuff,
does
or just
like
like a synth.
for
It's
certain
like he does like
characters.
math rock and stuff. It's like
Yeah, and then for like Hoshina, he uses like this sort of like a, what would you call it? Like a Japanese, like he uses a lot of like orchestral instruments, but then also has like synths with them.
yeah.
Since he's like the future like swordsman style thing. And then there's like a hip hop track for I'm drawing a blank on names, whatever. You get the point. A lot of really good
Yeah.
character themes, a lot of really good episode themes, a lot of really fun needle drops, and I think it fit. I think like it fit exceptionally well, with the show itself.
Mhm.
So, yeah,
We,
great,
do
great
you
stuff.
forgive some of his collaborations with One Republic or whatever?
No, well, so that was the thing so he didn't collaborate with them. That was interesting. That ED, so that opening by Youngblood and that ED is just straight up
Mhm.
like they licensed them out
Oh
to do
really?
tracks for the show.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was just really odd choices for
Very,
that
That
very
was
odd
occasion.
weird.
choices. One Republic is extremely inoffensive to the ears. So, it's not the end of the world, and it's a cozy enough
Mhm.
ED. I like Youngblood personally because I like, really edgy, fucking stupid music a lot of the time. And I think Youngblood, when he really leans into that, is great.
Mhm.
And so I thought the OP song was really nice. The OP's visuals are
Yeah, I will say
ass.
the OP like song has gotten stuck in my head a lot too.
Yeah.
But those visuals were just like, what the fuck were you
Yeah,
guys
they were
thinking?
miserable. It was an AI. It was essentially what you would get if you asked an AI to make like a Netflix opening.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, it was kind of silly.
but yeah, all overall, all around, an incredibly good OST. Actually, wound up putting Yuta Bando in my top 5 Spotify unwraps. Though I have a feeling I accidentally
Nice.
left that on, but
Uh,
still, he
yeah.
definitely probably would have been in there regardless, or at least in like a top 10.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All
definitely check
right.
out that, and definitely check out his also his own projects too, if the show's
Yeah,
OST
for
interests
sure.
you.
For sure. Yeah, the OST itself is very creative, so please do check it out. Thank you very much, Dark. What about you, Nier? Best OST.
So I'm not a glazer. I'm just gonna
Just
put that
say,
out there.
but
I'm not a glazer, but so there weren't that many soundtracks this year that really kind of like jumped out at me.
okay.
I feel like a lot of series I watched, there were a few tracks here and there like, huh, that's kind of a banger. But there wasn't that many that I was like, not only does this really fit the series, um, like tonally, in terms of emotionally, and also like the seriousness or comedic or whatever it is in the given scene. But it's also like something worth listening to sort of outside of the series, right?
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
Obviously, Kaiju number 8 had a very good soundtrack, as Darkus mentioned. I do want to give another honorable mention to Girls Band Cry. I think had a very good soundtrack. I'm in terms of Girls Band Cry, I'm not counting the insert songs. I'm counting like the original soundtrack. Even if the insert songs were made for that series, and technically it's a music series, yada yada, I'm mostly counting the background music in terms of this
Hmm.
award. But ultimately, I ended up giving it to Dun Dun Dun.
Hmm.
I'm not a Ushio Kensuke Glazer, okay?
I'm just saying.
But but he's putting out fucking bangers, okay? Um, Dun
Yep.
Dun Dun's OST is really good, right? It's if you listen to it, so literally like because I was like debating this like what to give this last night, right? And I was listening to a bunch of soundtracks, and I ended up listening to the Dandadan OST, sort of like a playlist. And when I covered Dandadan, I went on and on about episode 7 and how like it fucked me up,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like it legit fucked me up.
Yep.
And as I was listening to the soundtrack, the fucking piano track that plays
Mm.
during the
Mm-hmm.
flashback during that episode came on, and I literally just started like crying again. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and like to me, it speaks a lot that like just a simple music track can pretty much take me right back to that episode, to that scene,
Right.
and just like put me there emotionally again. It's a
Mm-hmm.
really really strong. And obviously, the tracks outside of that they're very unique. Ushu Kensuke does a very good job of using like really weird filters on a lot of his synths and stuff to make some of the tracks like really weird or um, like non-standard. He has no issue playing something that's like completely fucking off key in order to make it ominous or creepy or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. He does a really good job with sort of playing around the rules of music, I think. Um,
Right.
and it fits really well in a series like Dun Dun Dun. So,
Mm.
uh, yeah, that's what I'm giving my award to.
All right. Thank you very much, Near. And I'll round up here. I gave my best overall soundtrack. Ultimately, I actually had a tie, but um, I gave it to Maho Ako, or Girls Gushing Over Magical Girls, Maho Shouji ni Akogarete, as well as Girls Band Cry. But it would probably, if I had to pick one, it would probably be Maho Ako. Um, so the way I, treat this award is similar to, what the guys previously mentioned. A lot of it's are the individual tracks good? On top of that, are they generally fitting with the theme or the tone of the series? And then on top of that, it's when I'm listening to the anime, when I'm partaking in anime watching, is it is the sound direction and the way the OST comes in and out, is that properly done? Or is there silence when silence is required? Is there proper, music when a fanfare is required? And it's not just like sad moment. Suddenly brass is blaring in the back, stuff like that. That's points down in my book, right? And I think just a cheesy, nice romp that is both the Mahako anime in nature as well as the OST really fit it well. And then on the girls band Cry side, I think uh, the way that obviously it really, if you notice the OST as well as all the insert songs and so on, it really, 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 really tried to hyper focus on just like that sort of indie rock feel. Super focused on sort of like bringing in the bass as well as the electric guitars on the solo solos as much as possible, and just bringing in and just focusing on that instead of trying to add in like orchestral themes or anything like that. And they made a lot of content, a lot of different soundtracks out of that, which I really appreciated. I would say honorable mentions would go to Makeine, Makihiro ga Osugiru, uh, Bang Brave Burn was one that I really liked as well. Kaiji number 8, Spice and Wolf 2024, Don Don Don, and I also want to be the resident idol nerd of the podcast and give a shout out to Idolmaster Shiny Colors as well. But obviously, if Idolmaster didn't do a proper OST, it would be Jover, right? It's like, but yeah, shout outs to them too. So, but yeah, that was my best overall soundtrack. There was a lot of in my opinion, there was a lot decent ones that kind of like fit pretty well to their, I guess, respective series as well. So I did have fun kind of looking through all of them. Next on the list here, we have another interesting award. It is best overall visuals, and we start now with Toast.
Speaking of glazing,
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
You
He's
guys
glazing.
Dead.
seen One Piece recently?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what studio did that?
Toei.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Diamond looks pretty good near. You can know.
Probably should.
Probably should. I
Are
want
you
to
gonna give
say
us the Dragon Ball Daima?
they've put their A game into this, which is pretty obvious considering how
I
important.
mean, it is Dragon Ball.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
looks way better than Super in any way. And when they
Hmm.
reanimated the Cliff Notes version of Boot Saga, pretty cool.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Hmm. All right. Thank you very much,
they definitely
Toast.
put all their effort into Daima. All the models are on point. No off-looking
Yeah.
weird models like in Dragon Ball Super. Probably because
I'm glad that they did put in that effort for Daima.
Super was a weekly thing, and and so is Daima, but Daima's only 20 episodes, so they could put a lot more effort into it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The fight scenes for how little they are, they're actually poignant and well choreographed. Lots of martial arts
Mhm.
stuff rather than just whatever fight scenes that weren't in the Tournament of Power that happened in Super. Because in the
Mhm.
Tournament of Power, that's when they're like, all right, now we need to take the fight scene seriously, and they did. Yeah,
Okay.
art style's great. Like I said before when I talked about earlier, it's back to basics Toriyama esque, and I even mentioned that it's closer to modern day Dragon Quest than it is modern day Dragon Ball, which is a good thing.
Mhm.
And yeah, overall, Daima looks fantastic. And yeah, I'm not gonna
All
give it to
right.
the other series because that's your guys' job. But
All right.
I will give an honorable mention to Aono Hako or Blue Box. Blue Box done good.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Dark?
Right. So this was another one where I like kind of really had to think.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I wound up going with Elusive Samurai.
Mm.
And I went with Elusive Samurai like particularly for one scene, realistically, that I still really think was obviously not only for one scene, but there's one scene that particularly still stands out to me that I think is insane, and it's with Takeuchi, the uncle of our main character,
And
and
the antagonist.
yeah, and the antagonist. And so there is a scene where he invades. I believe it's the
House.
cap. I don't know if it's the capital, but yeah, it's
Yeah, the
the
capital.
emperor's
The
capital.
capital.
Like the
Yeah,
emperor's
yeah. I know exactly what scene
like
you're
the
talking about.
capital,
Yep.
and it like it is like when I believe I was talking to Nier, and
Hmm.
the best way to describe it, yeah, is just like this. They make him like otherworldly.
Yeah, he
Um,
just passes by people, and
yeah,
it's like
he like
boom, boom, boom,
flows
boom, boom.
through people like water, and the way his sword is animated is like kind of like flowing water or wind on in with like almost like an ink brushy type style at times, and then there's like the golden
Hmm.
wheat field sort of animation part to it as well. That entire scene was like absurd, right? Like
Hmm.
that was something that like obviously the rest of the show also has some really great action scenes and just really great animation overall and visuals, but that scene in particularly to me was just kind of like a whole nother level.
Yeah, it was. I saw that. I was like, and then it was not just that, but the other characters as well as the entire crowd, and then the scene right after his sort of like his animation, right? His scene ended where the crowd was all coming towards him and they were animating like how that feels emotionally, right? That was
Yeah,
ridiculous. That
Yeah,
was
it
silly.
was.
Like,
Yeah, that whole scene was so.
yeah.
Yeah, would highly
All
recommend
right.
it. Try not to give away
Mhm.
too much of what exactly goes on if you have not
Yeah,
seen
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah. Yeah,
Like,
I'm trying to hide it
my
too. Yeah.
God, you are missing out on
Yeah.
something something just ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Dark. What about you, Nier?
So this is always my favorite award. This is always my favorite
Uh-huh.
award of the year. I love animation. I love Sakuga. I love the flashing
Scoogs.
colors. I love the colors flashing before my eyeballs. It gives me
Nier.
the endorphins, and I
Yeah.
clap like a fucking seal. Okay.
Near
That's why you
praise to the
gave it
Ufotable
to
gods.
My Hero Academia season
Yes,
7.
dude.
Blue
Gotcha.
Um,
Lock season 2, baby. Let's fucking
true.
go.
No, but this was this was a year. This was a year for animation. This was a huge year for animation. We started off the
Yeah.
year
Step
with
forward for animation. Yeah.
big with Dungeon Meshi, which was
Mm-hmm.
huge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trigger was actually able to remain consistent throughout an entire series. That's amazing. That's
Yeah,
actually incredible.
24 episodes as well.
Yep.
So,
And it looked good in all of them.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And then, we had stuff like Kaiju number 8, which was from Protection
Mhm.
IG. Looked very, very good.
Yep.
Obviously, Cloverworks was behind the tail with stuff like Windbreakers.
Mhm.
And then Toei came out swinging with
Yep.
Girls Band Cry. They were pushing
Mhm.
the edge for 3D CG animation.
Yeah.
It was crazy, right? And then Bones also continued with the Magical Girl and the Evil Lieutenant, which was an odd pick for Bones to grab, right? It's like a 10-minute short as well, right?
Mhm.
And it's one of the most like amazing like cinematic animes I've seen. Like their use of digital effects in that series, like depth of field, chromatic aberration,
Mhm.
bloom, stuff like that, is on the level of like a fucking Makoto Shinkai film, but it's actually tasteful in that series. So it's not like, constant lens flares.
Right.
But
you're
ultimately,
naming so much that this is starting to sound a little bit like a justification.
yeah, yeah.
And so
Um,
that's why I give it to Isekai number. Yeah.
yeah, true,
Uh.
true. That's why I'm giving it to my dear friend Nokutan. No.
Yeah.
Uh, and just to get a last honorable mention, Glaze in.
Mhm.
Obviously, Science Sorrow has been fucking killing it with Dandadan, right?
Yes. Yes.
Um,
Wow, not going to Danan. I am
it's not going
surprised.
Dandadan.
I didn't
Um,
want to say it, but yeah.
That's where I was going with that. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah,
wow,
Yeah.
it
it's
seems like
Exactly.
you're
not.
really
I didn't want
It's
to
not.
say it.
justifying.
I didn't
Um,
want to say it.
there's one show this year that, in my opinion, has, in this tough of a year, been genuinely head and shoulders above the rest, and that is
Uh-huh.
Elusive Samurai. Elusive
Uh-huh.
Samurai is actually unreal on almost every level. On
Uh-huh.
the animation level, on the
I'm
storyboarding
vibing
level,
so hard.
on the directioning level, it's incredible. So I'm gonna glaze a bit.
Mhm.
There's a scene in the first fucking episode, right? That I immediately was like, oh, like this is good. Like this is gonna be really good.
Mhm.
So there's a scene where the main character is talking to his brother, and his brother is kicking a ball around up and down, and he kicks the ball once really, really high, and it gets caught on the roof, and they're looking around for it, whatever, as they talk. And eventually the ball falls. And
Mhm.
as the ball falls, as it hits the ground, as it makes the sound of it hitting the ground, there's a very, very immediate, brief, rapid cut to his head hitting the ground as
Mhm.
he's being executed. And it immediately moves on from that. And I was
Mhm.
like, this is real shit. Like we're in for a real series here. And
Mhm.
it continues. It continues to go on. It has some of the most insanely storyboarded, choreographed fight scenes that I've seen in a very long time. Um, Probably, I'd say they Cloverworks probably outdid themselves with what they did
This is
in Fate
probably the
Grand
peak
Order
series.
Babylonia,
Yeah.
which was, in my opinion, Fate Grand Order Babylonia was the best that Fate had really ever looked when it came out. Um,
Mm,
it was incredible, right? And I think they've topped themselves with this series.
yeah.
It's very, very impressive. Not only that, um, even just the basic character interactions, like basic comedic stuff. Pretty much every scene with Yorishige, the priest, right?
Hmm.
He has so much smearing and hatching and squash and stretch, and he,
Hmm.
dominates the frame every time he's in it. He's
Right.
he's growing, he's shrinking. There's just
Yeah.
so much going
And
on
he's being
here.
drawn in like a characteristic manner in one frame, and then it switches to like his regular, and it's
Yeah,
like all this stuff. Yeah.
this series is phenomenal in
Yeah.
every like visual regard you could possibly imagine. It is
If you like
incredible.
animation, you should watch this.
Yeah,
Like,
it
it's
is.
not even a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, even in this tough of a year, I feel like this show is legitimately head and shoulders above all of them. It's
Uh-huh.
it's actually insane. Um,
Hmm.
I think the
Yeah.
only weak point in this entire series was the dog archery thing where they had to
Yeah, but
do
it's
like the
like
CG
that
stuff.
was hard
But
to like. Yeah, it's like
like
that
I
can
don't
be
expect
excused
them to
because it's
hand
like
animate like dogs and horses running
yeah,
around all at the same
all running
time.
around like the 3D like like capturing that. Yeah,
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 we're
exactly.
we're we're not movie level here, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
fine.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
otherwise like this series is actually insane. And there's so many style shifts in this show. It's
yeah.
incredible.
And the blending is really good too. Like when you're like, oh, this is blending, but like this style is okay with the blending, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. All right, thank you very much, Nier. And as usual, I'm last, and just put another, just put another elusive samurai coffee up, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dark and Deer already said really most of the things that I would mention, and the important thing for me, obviously, honorable mention to Dun 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 is clearly a product of love by Science Star. I'm not gonna take anything away from them, but the reason why I put Elusive Samurai Nisajosu no Wakakimi up as the winner here is I also just like what Nier implied before when he was like talking about the different studios and stuff like that throughout this year. It's like Trigger actually managed to sustain their production quality for like more than 9 episodes or
It
whatever,
really is
right?
kind of a miracle when you think about it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, exactly. um, but in that same manner, a big metric for me, and I think for everybody here, is how long can you keep up that animation quality? Because it's one thing to animate a 2 3 hour movie and get that amount of money, get that get the movie in, it's all smooth, but without having ads or like cuts out of the story in and out of the storyboard because of whatever. Um, you have it all compact and you can kind of run it, and you get a decent amount of money from that compared to like what you have to make for the movie. But with anime, it's different, right? And unless you're getting literally all the money in the world, it is difficult to accomplish really what Nigijosu no Wakagimi has done. And for sure, I mean, obviously they got a decent amount of money, but there is no way that just on face of this, right? They got more money than say a Rama would have, right? Or a Kaiju number 8 would have, right? Like let's be honest with ourselves.
yeah.
It probably got less money, yet it did so much more, right? And the way it did that, the way it kept up the consistent visual quality, just in the standard animation. We're not even talking about like the wing scenes, like the ninja like battle animation scenes. We're not talking about like the little like different like visual like mini like explanations of like what's going on and the flashbacks and the showing how emotionally people feel via like the shifting and like how they see things like how when they're starting to like hallucinate, right? Like stuff like that. Just going through all of that, just and keeping that up consistently, very consistently throughout all 12 episodes, and also the amazing, levels of like proper blending that they did, and the way that the 3D CG that they had mostly worked with the style, the artistic style, the lines and like the palettes that they had. And on top of that, when the 3D did come out, nobody's sitting here again at the dog scene, right? The dog hunting scene that Nier mentioned. Nobody's sitting here going like, "Oh, excuse me, why did you do 3D for that?" Like,
Yeah.
no, right? It's like it all makes sense, right? It is the cutting edge of what our anime industry can offer in terms of uh, uh, televised full series anime at this point in time, and it's just top notch. It's very silly how they managed to get this done without having infinite money, to be honest. And I just have to give it up for them. So yeah, that was it for our best overall visuals. And now we're gonna get it a little bit spicy. We're gonna start going into our studios here. Best studio. Let's go. Toast. Let's start off with you.
Which one's the one that doesn't pay their employees enough? Again,
All of them.
All of them, like actually all of them, probably.
which one was the big one that didn't pay their studios or their people enough?
Probably Map. But
Yeah, that
I'm
one.
guessing
I
Mappa.
mean,
Yeah,
Mappa is the most recent one to get in
yeah,
controversy,
but like
but
A1
I mean,
Pictures and a bunch of
A1,
other ones. Yeah,
yeah, like it
Yeah,
doesn't really matter what studio you go to, you're getting underpaid, right? So,
yeah. I'll give it to
yeah.
Mappa.
except for maybe Trigger.
Yeah. So best studio? Best studio you give to Mappa? This is best
Yeah,
studio.
they did Rama one half. That's
Based,
pretty
we
good.
fucking hate animators. Fuck them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Yeah, but
Jesus.
Ram was pretty good, wasn't it? Near.
It was, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
Mappa's obviously been killing it.
yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Thank you very much. What about
My
you, Dark?
my
Oh,
honorable mention
wait,
is Trigger, I guess. The other one,
which one?
Trigger.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Dark?
Right. So this like was the one where I was like, this one's kind of weird, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have a best or worst studio because I think a lot of studios like kind of they like the studios that would normally give this to put out some really good stuff, and then there really wasn't much that I could like honestly like fully give worse to as well, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
um so I kind of chose the same for both, really. Just two sides of the same coin, and we're gonna go with it didn't work, but when you'll see it you'll know, JC Staff.
JC Staff. Okay.
Yeah, JC Staff primarily for
they pumped
doing
out a lot of shit this year.
500 series in one
Shit in
season.
many
Yeah,
multiple
so
meanings.
yeah, so they were up to um was it 10 series this season or last season?
With sequels, I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
including sequels.
Mhm.
Like that to me is crazy, right? And
Yeah.
they actually it managed to have a lot of really good stuff in there. Some of it was not so hot, but I think in general, like the ability to juggle all of that and for it to not all turn
Mm.
into
Yeah.
just
Crap,
straight
yeah.
up like fucking like their scenario with One Punch Man season 2. That was them, right? Like I'm not crazy. Were they One Punch Man season 2?
Yep, they're doing season
Yeah.
3 as well.
Yeah,
And they had
so for
previous seasons where they just had a lot of like kind of B quality material in previous years where they did a lot of,
yeah,
stuff at the same
and when
time.
they weren't doing a lot like simultaneously either. So it's like for them to have like this many series going at the same time and for it to at the worst, I feel like be passable from what I had seen, and I had watched a lot of them, and for some of
Mhm.
them to be really good and have some really good cuts in there, like I thought that was extremely impressive.
Right. All right. Thank you very much. Dark, what about you, Nier?
So, best studio. Best studio is kind of tricky.
Yep. We
Cause
talked a
like,
little bit about this before the podcast as well. Yes.
yeah, and I mean, I feel like every year it kind of gets harder because every year I feel like, we've talked about this on the podcast many times, but studios are getting bigger, right? They're getting bigger. They're getting more
They're swallowing other
corporate,
studios up. Yeah.
right? Like
Yep.
they're swallowing other studios up. They're sort of becoming these sort of just kind of corporate entities that kind of just do stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's tricky to kind of because previously I used to go, best studio would be like, oh well, they went out on a limb and they killed
Hmm.
it, right? Like they delivered something unique and
Yeah.
interesting,
Before it used to be
something,
Sunrise, but now it's Bandai Namco Filmworks, and the two
yeah,
are very
yeah.
different. Yeah.
Um, and so now it's kind of just sort of become like a question of like consistency, right? Like who's putting out
Mm.
the most at a consistent level. Um, and I don't know, it feels kind of soulless, I guess. But um, it's also like, you know, you can have a studio that's like killing it in terms of consistent quality, like Mappa, but then they're in the news where it's like, yeah, their animators are dying, like they're starving to death and
Yeah. Exactly.
dying on shift. So it's like, do I really want to give that best studio? Even though I gave Mappa best studio last year, because I'm a fucking, I'd be glazing.
Yeah. Yes.
But I feel like this year for me it's kind of like a two-way tie. I don't really want to cop out like that, but I feel like these two studios were really just like on top of their game throughout the year. Um, Starting with Cloverworks.
Hmm.
Cloverworks really killed it this year, I think. They started with some smaller stuff. They did Windbreakers. They brought back
Yeah.
Black Butler, which was kind of a wild move. Um,
And like Windbreakers, they did an okay job. Like they did a
yeah, I mean,
decent job. It was just
Windbreaker's
like the source
animation
materials a little bit. Yeah.
obviously was very good.
Hmm.
Source material was iffy. Obviously,
Hmm.
Black Butler is a big IP. I'm sure they made money
Yeah.
off
Yeah.
that. From what I
Yep.
saw, it looked quite good. People
Hmm.
liked it. They did the Trapezium movie.
So I'll let
You
you
know,
know.
near my my honorable mention is Cloverworks too. God
Yeah,
damn it.
I mean they killed, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. They were good.
Okay,
Like
so we should be live
the three
again.
lineup. Okay.
oh yeah, we're back.
And let me just add this image, and I'm not gonna do anything fancy to it.
But
Live again.
So yeah, Cloverworks did
yeah,
a very
Cloverworks
like consistent
was
job.
good.
Yeah.
And then my other one was Toei Animation this year.
God damn
Um,
it, Nier.
I mean they killed it, dude. What were they
God
running?
damn it, Nier.
They obviously, like I said earlier, they were pushing the envelope with
I
Girls
should
Band
have gone
Cry.
before you. Yeah.
Um, Listen, man, we're on the level, dude. They they brought out Dragon Ball Daima, which obviously looks
Uh-huh.
good, is good, sounds good. They did some what is this like the new like reanimated One Piece stuff on
Hmm.
top of the currently running One Piece stuff, which I
They
don't
also
watch
did
One.
Precure too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't watch One Piece myself, but every once in a while I'll see clips of like the stuff that's currently airing for One
Yeah.
Piece, and it's still like some of the best animated shit that's coming out like today.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So like obviously Toei has a lot of money, but it's obvious that they're reinvesting that into their series as well, which is
Hmm.
good. Um, but yeah,
Yep.
those are my two sort of neck and neck this year.
Yep. And to round it up, I'm going to put what Nier had as honorable mentions on my as my main, which is Toei Animation. We essentially hive minded for the past like I want to say 5 wars now, but
Yeah,
essentially my metric. I mean, although the results are similar, my metrics are somewhat similar to how I consider say something like best voice actor, where I try to look at kind of like the unique series that they did. Obviously, the series that the studios have continued on also gets a little bit more weighting here than it maybe would in something like a voice actor or actress because obviously they have to start juggling that right as a studio. But I tried to look at the unique series that they did, how big they sort of were within the year, and also kind of trying to balance that is like when I see a series that has been done well by a studio, I have to separate it from the source material, right? Because it can be a thing can be good because of its source material, because it's just like naturally good and like the character designs are just already well done. And then there's parts where it's clear that the studio is carrying a lot of the weight, right? Again, a good example would be Bocchi the Rock in recent years, or something like I would say probably Bocchi the Rock would be probably the best example because in the manga format, original format, it's not super impressive, right? But Bocchi the Rock became a uh, sometimes at times a visual spectacle because of the studio. So that I want to emphasize. And then I also sort of tried to filter out, how do I say this? Um, I tried not I tried to weigh down awards to studios who do stuff with infinite money. And what I mean kind of by that is Ra- Mappa did a very good job with Rama one half. Like that's not even a question. But it's but my sort of protest against this in a sense, right, with regards to the award, is that it's expected that Mappa does a good job with Rama because the production committee probably gave them more money than Jeff Bezos, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's Rama or something like Passione with Spice Wolf 2024. They probably got a a bucket load of money. Same thing with production IG is already, a big studio. They already have their umbrella company. They have all the support system in place. If they're doing stuff like Kiniko Man or Kaiju Number 8, series that are expected to blow up, right? The production committee is going to give them all the money that they need. All the money. And not only that, production IG, in my opinion, actually gets points down from me this year because they actually did Uzumaki as well. Like
Yeah, they
they're a big
produced
steel studio,
Uzumaki,
but then
so
they produced Uzumaki, so it's like whatever. Um, so yeah, I try not to weigh too hard the stuff that's obviously supposed to be doing well, right? Trying to look at the series that studios have a more limited budget, but they still went above and beyond, right? So in that case, again, it's Toei Animation that I will give the award to for again all the reasons that Nier listed. Them doing One Piece, them doing Precure, the new Precure that also went well. On top of Girls Band Cry, pushing the boundaries of animation standards. On top of doing Dragon Ball Daima, which was very well animated. Honorable mention obviously goes to Cloverwork. Um, but yeah,
Uh,
I
Look at these glazers with Toy Animation. This is why I didn't want
yeah
to say Toy Animation.
yeah. So we took up the mantle. I'm giving it to Toei Animation and honorable mention to Cloverworks for again pretty much all the same similar reasons as you mentioned. It's pretty much changing the orders with Nier because Nier gave it, I believe he gave his award to Cloverworks and the honorable mention to Toei. So we're
yep.
just switching orders pretty much back and forth here. So yeah. But yeah, that is going to be our best studio. So now we're going to switch over to worst studio. And this is where things get very spicy indeed. So, Toast, worst studio.
What? There's only one studio that deserves this award, right? Or was it one or two? I don't know.
I
Whichever
think there's
one.
a few. I think there's a few this year.
Few targets.
Yeah, but they're the one that has done the most egregious
Hmm.
one. You know
What
which
is it?
one. Which is the one that did Uzumaki? That's
Well,
just a
there were
travesty.
there were two studios, but like I said
Yeah.
before the podcast, to be fair to those studios, um, it probably wasn't necessarily the studio's fault. It was
It was the coordination,
probably
yeah, the production.
production IG
Yeah.
producing that fucked up Uzumaki. If I had
Yeah,
Yeah.
to
yeah, yeah.
if I had to
But
point the blame at anybody. Um,
they're still taking the brunt of the blow because of it. So
yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
yeah, it's gonna be them. That's just,
Yeah.
yeah, that's just sad. Whichever one it is.
All
Yeah, those two.
right. Uh, yeah, it's
I
very
think it
But
unfortunate that
was
they
I think it was Fugaku that did
that's primarily one. Okay.
the episode 2 and beyond. I think it was Akatsuki that did episode 1. So
yes. All right. Thank you, Toast. What about you, Dark? Worst studio here.
right. So for me, like I said, like I had a really weird one. That's why I also put JC staff for this.
Okay.
And that's primarily just because it's like, hey guys, like some of your stuff did suffer, so like do less, but better,
Pick better.
Also, just be better. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like they,
Um,
they had some good projects and they're now showing that they can take on a lot, but it's like, okay, but like don't do that and just like do better work. You know?
yeah. How about you not do B quality series? But
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Thank you, Dark. What about you, Nier? Worst studio, please.
So mine's a hot take, I think.
Really?
I think mine's a
Okay.
striking hot take.
Mine's like not a hot take at all. It's like very obvious if you just look at it. Yeah.
So I don't want to do this. Like this actually hurts me to do. Um,
Okay. Shaft? Shaft?
to sh- oh, well, Shaft. I mean, Shaft only put out
Yeah. Shaft did an okay job with the stuff that they
Monogatari
put
this
out.
year, right? And
They
it
were
was
just doing
good.
the
Like
same
it was
stuff.
the
Yeah.
Monogatari they did this year was actually like straight peak.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
outside of the USOBOP, but beggars can't be choosers, I guess. But
Yeah.
no, this year I'm giving it Bones. Um,
Okay.
and I'm really only giving it to Bones because of
Metallic Rouge.
Metallic Rouge, the way they handled Metallic Rouge.
Uh-huh.
Metallic
Here, don't you
Rouge,
like? Don't you? Didn't you love the '80s aesthetic?
I did. Yes, I really did actually. Um, Metallic Rouge was a series that had literally everything going for it, and yet somehow ended up being one of the most frustrating watching experiences of my life. Um, and it's really sad to see a studio that I love, like Bones, um,
Hmm.
put out an original anime that's this bad. Uh,
Hmm.
it's tough. But yeah, I think they just handled it so poorly. I don't know if it's necessarily because they're being bogged down right now by having to do fucking My Hero Academia until the ending. Um, but like either
They were
way,
just getting trauma from the ending itself.
yeah, I don't know. Either
Yeah.
way, that shit was disastrous. So I'm
Yeah,
giving it the
it was
bones.
no good.
Obviously
Yeah.
there was a lot of gaffes this year from various studios, but personally, I don't really like to pick on like these like small studios that are picking up isekai stuff that just like have bad CG. I don't really think that's fair, right? Because it's like
Mhm.
these are just guys that are they're picking up these small projects and it's like yeah they're probably not getting very much budget for it, so it's like am I really gonna be like oh this CG is so shit, I bet this studio is fucking garbage, when it's like they probably got like a couple sandwiches to make this.
$2.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
um
Yeah.
but yeah, for me like the way Metallic Rouge was handled was just a huge letdown from the studios, so
Mm.
I'm giving it
Yeah.
bones.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Nier. The way I choose for my worst, obviously the track record, but I tried to ameliorate studios that, like, for instance, like White Fox, right? If they take up a lot of isekais, I can't really fault them too much if a lot of them turn out mediocre, right? Because you're not going to get that much money, right? For producing the 500 isekai. So it is what it is on the budget. But depending on the series, depending on the budget, and depending on the track record throughout the year, I try to pick the worst studio. And I, much like Nier, did not want to pick this studio. But the reason why I didn't want to pick this studio was because I didn't want to add on to the meme, the myth, the legacy, right, of this studio being known as the shitty studio. Because I've personally never really been on that bandwagon. But this year I saw the record and I had to go for it. I had to be like, no, this shit is bad. And it is Studio Dean. It
I
is
see
Studio Dean.
the
Yeah.
homophobia from hating on Tasagata
Yeah.
Outfocus. I see where you're
Yeah,
going
exactly.
here.
Uh, but if you look at this is like I'm not trying to like diss Near or Dark or Toast here, but if you look at the Wikipedia page for this studio, it's just like, oh my god, just like it is objectively the worst track record I think this year because it starts. The year starts with Studio D with remaster, and this is already
Goated.
a global low.
Ooh.
Goated.
This is already
Wait. Dude,
they are starting
the
off
image
with the
I just put
remaster.
up is so fucking fitting. Whatever. I'm not even
Yeah,
fixing it. I
listen,
don't
they
give a
don't
shit.
even deserve this much. Yeah, they don't even deserve this much. So they start off with the Remonster. And by the way, Remonster is one of the more popular isekais, right? So it's like they should be getting a little bit more money than like the usual isekai budget. And yet they managed to still make it one of the worst looking series like of the entire year. And then they make, another mediocre isekai one, banished former hero, lives as he pleases. That's whatever. Then they go to Tadaima Okaeri, right? Which is like okay,
What?
right? But it wasn't like it
Yeah, it was
wasn't
okay.
yeah, it was okay. It wasn't bad. More slice
Spire.
of life stuff. Days with my
They
stepsister,
introduced
which
us to the
wasn't like
Omegaverse.
impressive. Yeah, that is true. Studio D, the home of the Omegaverse. But they did that. They did Days of the Stepsister. They did Twilight Outfocus. Like the slice of life, they like barely managed to like kind of cling on in an okay manner. Then they did um Raise Yakuza Fiance. Raise wa Tanin ga ii. And I saw the visuals on that shit and the models and like how the character designs panned out. It was not good. I like legitimately did not like looking at the anime. And that's like a rarity for me. I usually like I'm okay with most like trash series. I don't like looking at the like models in the anime. And this is anime specific because the manga it like looks okay. But it's just like what is happening? What is happening over there at Studio D? And it's so like whack. I don't understand how you can manage to mess this many series up over this span, like consistently do it over the span of an entire year. Just unbelievable. So I have to give worst studio to Studio D. Just facts and logic. But yeah, that was my. So that was it for our worst studios. And now we are going into probably one of our most one of our spiciest awards out of the entire list. It is most overrated
Oh, jeez.
series. Toast. What do
What's
you have
up?
for us?
My most overrated series is Dan 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 Dan.
Oh shit. Here we go. All right. You want
I'm
to give us
kidding.
the reasoning?
No, I'm kidding.
All
That's pretty good.
right.
My overrated series is the most notorious talker runs the world's greatest clan. Man, that
Uh-huh.
series
Okay.
sucked.
Was it
Uh,
overrated though?
yes,
People think
People
highly
I
of it?
think did
Dang.
like it. Yeah. Some people
They
did
do.
like it. Yeah.
it's rated higher than what I would give it on Mall.
Yeah.
About how
They were like, this is a creative isekai or whatever. I think that was like the main
Wow.
the
Yeah.
creative
point
isekai
raised for it.
and the main character gets stuff done. It's what I would have done in his situation, where
Yeah,
I'll
yeah, yeah.
abandon everyone in order to get stronger, and I'll lie, manipulate, and cheat or whatever. And I'm like, okay, psychos. And like, yeah,
Yeah.
it was the same series as like the other guild
Mm,
isekais where was it let this grieving soul retired Nageki Bore or whatever. And like I
mhm,
said before, that one at least has some comedy and like amusing segments to it and somewhat likable characters. But in
mhm.
this one, not many likable characters, if any at all. And the main character tries too much to be edgy, and for some reason they made him androgynous,
Yeah.
like looking, and I was like, "Oh, he's so beautiful," but now he's not, and it's like I don't really care. What does that have to do with anything?
Honestly, like the whole like enhanced bard aspect is
He's
like
the
fine, but
Rizzler.
everything else around it is kind of sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his skills are fine, but like
Yeah.
his
Everything else
attitude
around
about
it. Yeah, yeah,
living,
yeah. Yeah.
it's not very compelling. Like, oh, I'm the weakest class, but must make the strongest guild, therefore I must be a strong person. And I'm like,
Mhm. Yeah,
that's the
yeah, yeah.
opposite of what a
Exactly.
strong person would be like. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this series got boring really fast. Probably one of the
Yeah.
worst ones this year.
I will say,
Yeah.
on a side note, yeah, once again, like writers and stuff, stop just being like, yo, this guy is weak, but also he has a maxed out, like max the fuck out RPG stat. Like that's never weak in an RPG. Like, what game have you ever played where it's like, oh, you know what's really weak? When your charisma is fucking topped out. A classically weak thing in like D&D. Like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Dark? Most overrated
Haha.
series.
Haha. Oh.
Are we gonna get thumbs down? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Be very careful,
So
Dark.
hot water again. Hot water again. Yay.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's fucking Nokotan, dude. Like,
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
are you fucking
yeah,
kidding
yeah,
me?
yeah,
You
yeah,
just lost
First of
the entire
all, you know
Japanese
what's
audience, my dude.
ironic too is that I don't even think this. So this series we're gonna put as overrated as because of the time at the time, massively overrated. But I feel like at this point it's not even overrated. It's like a fucking low 7 on Mall, and it's like
yeah.
that means like that could mean for Mall like that could mean it's fucking terrible. Um,
Mhm.
and it's because it is. Yeah, this series sucked. So yeah, eat my
No,
ass.
yeah,
I
that
don't
was
really know what
the
else to say about it. Like this series is fucking bad.
thing.
Like go watch my
Yeah,
review of it. It's
yeah,
not great, and a lot of people talked it up and fucking smoked it up. A lot of people talked it up when you would talk about it, right? Like you would hear
yeah,
people and you would hear people like talk about it and like how good it is, but you would never see people like just talking about the show. Like you would never
yeah.
see
Oh,
people sharing
details of the
anything.
show.
Yeah,
The details of the show.
to
Yeah.
this day, the only bit that was ever fucking spread was the door. It was the crashing through the door bit. And it's like, yeah, there you
Mhm.
go. In all 12 episodes. Wow. Impressive, really.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Dark. What about you, Near? Most overrated. Yep.
Man, man. There's a lot. There's a lot this year actually of
Really?
I think so. I think there was a lot of I mean, I feel like some you could say are hot takes, right?
Mhm.
But to me there's really only one. I feel that's like fuck this show, dude. Fuck this show. I can't believe this came out this year.
It
Mine's
is?
solo leveling. It's like
Oh, what? That was, oh my God. I
yeah, dude,
forgot
that was
that
Yes,
this
was
it
year,
this
is.
brother.
Yeah,
year.
that
That
was
was
Holy
this
January.
shit.
fucking year, bro.
It
That
was this
is,
year.
yeah, that's
Solo
very
leveling is
valid.
a series that, in my opinion, is straight dog shit. It's fucking ass. But for whatever reason, it has like single-handedly changed the trajectory of like the anime industry. Um, and like, it basically like ruined literally every Korean manhwa's career,
I was
right?
gonna
Like
say,
they
It
were
was
every
just like
not good.
manga,
Yep.
but
they were
Yep.
just
yeah,
destined to be like, oh, so if I want to be popular, I just write straight dog shit, right? And I guess the Korean
Straight
audience was like,
garbage.
yes, sir, do it, we'll read
Yeah,
it. And
yeah, yeah, yeah. They love jumping on bandwagon for this sort of
yeah,
stuff. So
we
yeah.
we're in the boat now.
Hmm.
Solo Leveling has gotten an anime. It's gotten I think 2 seasons now. It's got a fucking game. It's got a mobile game. I think it's
a
got a
mobile game
fucking
with a
like
really
It l-
shitty trailer too, by the way.
it
yeah.
I just want to
literally
throw it out there too.
got
That's
like
how middling this
yeah.
fucking
I think
series
it's getting
is.
like an arena brawler
Like,
too
ugh.
or some shit.
Wasn't there a thing? Wasn't there a thing where I forget if it was at an anime expo or like if it was at like some weird like alley or something like that. But there was literally
It was
like an
just in an
entire
alley.
section
Yeah,
dedicated to like solo leveling. There was like a banner or something like that,
yeah,
right? Like that was
yeah,
just I don't. I think it was like at some like library or something. It was like ridiculous.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 But yeah, fuck this show. I hate this show. I genuinely don't like this show. Like
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Yeah.
actively dislike this show. Um,
Yeah.
and yet for some reason we're gonna be getting it for a while.
Yeah.
Pisses
All
me off.
right. Thank you very much, Nier. I don't think you guys need me here. I'm just gonna walk outside now
Yeah.
and just come back if you guys come because You guys pretty much covered all of the stuff that I was gonna take a piss on. My most overrated series, again, as the others sort of imply, it's like the biggest difference between the public perception of this series and my evaluation of how the series is. It goes solo leveling. It fucking goes to solo leveling.
Yep.
Honorable mention, obviously Nokotan, as well as I personally think Makihiro and Osugiru or Makiine, but obviously
Oh,
solo
that's
leveling just
also a
tops
good
it
one
off.
too. Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So the reason why I put solo leveling above the other two is because
Because of
the
its
public
detriment
perception of
to
solo leveling.
Koreans. Its
Well,
detrimental
yeah, that also
nature.
it's a natural disaster level kind of threat, but also the perception of soul leveling because my like Nokotan, it is popular and people are still like who like the whole idea of having watched it and be like, oh, it's the brain rot anime or whatever it is. So like, but it's like it doesn't have some sort of like super high general perception, right? It's not soul leveling is literally like any motherfucker who watches the Narutos or the Bleaches enough, or is going to buy the what is the new game coming up? Bleach Thousand Year, whatever it is. The
Yeah.
no, it's revival of Souls or whatever it is called, right? It's like anybody who's gonna buy that sort of game or play something like Sparking Zero for more than an hour every motherfucker who's like that is like soul leveling. That's my jam. That is like the best manhwa Korean anything in existence, and it's not.
He's so
I refuse soul
badass,
leveling
dude. He's so badass.
as a Korean, as the Korean in this is. I'll tell you, soul leveling is not good. It's not healthy for us to like have soul leveling in our lives, in our society, in our culture. It needs to go away. And the fact that it's so high up when just the general premise is just so and like the way the characters
Bro, it
interact with each other
literally
and the
looks
world is
like
so bad.
it looks like this fucking like scam manhwa you see on like fucking porn
Yeah,
sites.
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
it literally like uh
Except for like the sex scenes, yeah, pretty much everything except for the sex
no,
scenes.
well, I mean, I'm just
Uh,
saying, like in general, like on well, actually, I shouldn't even say on porn sites, on just like illegal streaming sites.
yeah, yeah, or
Realistically,
Yeah.
like advertisements, yeah,
yeah, they
advertisements
always
or
have the
whatever. Yeah,
ads for
exactly.
like here's like this manhwa
Yeah,
site, and it's like this is
yeah,
a
yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah,
scam. Like, is this even real? Like,
yeah. It's just the way all the it's just very disappointing, and it's clearly it's just way too overrated. I don't know. I don't think I need to explain too much of it. All the characters are always constant, or the main character's constantly like, "Oh, the enemy's over here, but I've already planned it. I have this secret power. While I'm holding this weapon, and I'm not afraid of you, bro. You got to be afraid of me." And like all this fucking stupid, edgy power fantasy shit. And it's like, ugh, please just get it on my face. So most overrated series does that again. Go to soul leveling. Now we come to the actual fun part, or yeah, the real fun part, and the part where we actually feel good about the series that we're talking about, which is most underrated series. Starting off with Toast.
He's
So-
he's
fucking dead, dude.
deceased. He's gone.
Yeah,
He hears you talking shit about solo leveling, and he couldn't take it.
yeah, exactly. All right, we're gonna skip over then. What about you, Dark?
So this I was kind of caught between two, but then I realized we had another option, so that was for me. I went with I forget what the name of this is in Japanese, but I went with
Which
Tis Time
one?
for Torture Princess.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
that was
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
one. So this series I think is
Global
deeply
Contest, I
underrated.
think. Yeah, yeah. You some Global
Yeah, let me put
Contest.
up I'll pull up the poster right now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so this is about, this is the one where the princess is like trapped by the demon lord in the cell, and it winds up turning out to be like the quote unquote torture is like foodie stuff being like taunted like at her and everything like that, and her conditions are like really
Uh-huh.
good. It's a classic bit. It's almost like the very reminiscent of, I forget the full name, but the Oyasumi princess, the like sleeping princess.
Yes. I know
Yeah.
which one you're talking
So
about. You
very,
reviewed that
very
one too, yeah.
reminiscent. Yeah, very reminiscent of that series. And in the same way, super, super enjoyable. Really fun characters, really fun bits and jokes. And also really, really good visuals when they do the foodie stuff. Like, there is
Mhm.
a beer pouring scene that looked immaculate. There is a toast scene that looked incredible. There's a ramen scene that looked phenomenal. There's a dumpling scene that looked great. Like, the
Yeah.
foodie content in this series, like, I did not know it was going to be a foodie series for that type of stuff. Who would have
Yeah,
known?
yeah, yeah. Like
Um,
we assumed that there might be like an episode, but it wouldn't go like
yeah, it
that
was like,
hard
nah,
in
like,
the paint.
usually it's like, yeah, it's usually like, here's like one foodie scene like per episode or like
Yeah,
every
yeah,
other
yeah.
episode. Um, and yeah, it was really good, and I did not see it really talked about. I think it flew under a lot of people's radars, but
Mhm.
it was super, super fun.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Stark. What about you and your most underrated series? And I know we talked a little bit about this before the podcast, but you had a lot of struggle with this category. And then I was like browsing through while I was talking with you, like my awards list, and I was like, wait, I had a lot of problem with this category as well. So,
Yeah, I think I have like 6 shows written down here.
yeah, me too.
I feel like if there's really any way to describe like this year, it's like the year of like hidden gems, like straight up. Um,
Mhm.
like, there's a lot of stuff that I think got uh just kind of overlooked um by the mainstream. I'll go through some of my honorable mentions, I guess. Starting off with Majo to Yaju, The Witch and the Beast. I think
Mhm.
this was a
Mhm.
really
Mhm.
cool little action series that I think a lot of people didn't really pay very much attention to. Has a nice amount of sort of classic 2000s edge, while also being very sort of true to its own sort of world building. The magic stuff is cool. The witch hunting stuff is cool. Just an overall cool series. Obviously, Maho Ako, Gushing Over Magical Girls. I think
Yes.
while was a surprising hit over in Japan. Obviously, here it didn't get quite as much mainstream coverage. Obviously, largely due to being an ecchi series. A lot of people don't really pay that much attention to ecchi series. But it was good, right? Like it was good as an ecchi series. It was
Yeah,
good as
yeah,
a
yeah.
comedy series. It had a lot more sort of comedic depth to it that you would expect from a
Yeah, the
series like
comedy
this.
properly helped dull the usual kind of negative edge that the etchy part would have, is
Yep,
what I would say.
yep.
Yeah.
Um, on the flip side, there's Maho Aku. Um,
Mm-hmm.
that was also very underrated. The Bone series that I gushed over. Um, and I like the show a lot. I think it's really really sweet. It's like literally just sugar sweet gushing with fucking romance bullshit constantly. It's really good. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Girls Band Cry was
Mm-hmm.
a huge hidden gem. Um, Unfortunately, it did not get the sort of global release that it really deserved. Fucking Toei was like, yeah, we're
I was
gonna
gonna say it
release this on
never got
like
officially localized, right?
it did, yeah, but it got like you had to like buy it on Amazon Prime. It
Yeah,
wasn't
it
like
was
a
weird.
yeah, you had to like actually buy the series. It was really stupid. Um, Another hidden gem was Shoshimin. This
Mm-hmm.
was really good.
Yep.
Obviously from the Hyoka guy, right?
Yep.
Really good little sort of mystery detective series. Um, and then my award, the one I gave it to ultimately, even though I feel like all of these, like, I really they obviously deserve their own little spotlights. But I ended up giving it to Maggie Lumiere. Um, I really, really like this show a lot. I feel like nobody talked about this show. I feel like it's a real, like, genuine love letter to sort of the magical girl genre, while also
Yeah.
having its own
Well,
sort of
yeah,
unique
exactly.
take
That's the thing. It
on.
balances it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got its own unique take on sort of the magical girl, like magical girls as a concept, magic, like casting magic as a concept, um, the world, and how like magical girls sort of treat defeating monsters as like kind
Also,
of like a
also,
job.
it doesn't try to it very much it properly resists the temptations that pretty much almost every magical girl series, like 80-90% of the magical girl series have had in the recent years, which is just trying to follow all the coattails of Monica, right? Which is
Yep.
like,
Yep. And it
like, eh,
even with the sort of corporate setting, like the magical girl like corporate setting, it
yeah,
definitely dodges the sort of pitfall that I imagine a lot of these other series would fall into with something like this. Similar to like say like a magical girl site or whatever, where um a lot of these will go into like what does it mean to be a magical girl, right?
yeah,
And then with this one having the corporate setting, it's like, oh well, it's just a fucking job. Like I don't even give a shit, man.
yeah,
It doesn't do
exactly.
that, right? Like it doesn't do that. It plays with that a bit, and then it immediately swats it away and be like, being a magical girl is about helping people, about
Yeah.
seeing somebody at
And
the
also,
end of the
it's fucking
day.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
seeing somebody at the end of the day smile at you, say thank you for saving me, my home, my family, whatever, and like
yeah,
that's it. It's basically being a fucking superhero, right?
yeah.
Yeah, this series has a lot of heart. I really like this show. So
Yep, yep. All right. Thank you very much, Nier. And I'll round it up, although I'm hoping that Toast uh, can drop him back soon. But my most underrated series, again, the opposite of overrated, which is the difference between the public sort of negative or lack perception of it, right? Versus my perception of it or evaluation. I would say the award goes to, and there were a lot of series that were hidden gems, just like what Nier mentioned. But ultimately, I would have to give it to Brave Burn, Braveburn, also known as Yuki Bakatsu Bang Braveburn. So this was again, I think Dark and I helped kind of cover this back and forth, but it was just like almost a proof of concept, right? That by Game Pictures, right? That they were like, yeah, we can do like 3D CGI, I guess. And they were like
Yeah.
posting a project on it, and then they made like an entire story off of it. There was like drama and stuff, but then there were also action scenes, and then there were inside those like animations and like the character interactions. There were throwbacks to like cheesy, Sentai mecha kind of like references that was also nice, and it was like it and on top of that, again, it had clean audio, visuals, and stuff like that. And it's not something I expected from this sort of like more proof of concept series, and B, I usually don't really go out of the way to watch these sorts of series, but it was really cheesy and well done while still having that sort of like dramatic plot right in the back. It had that good balance that really drew me in properly, and I just didn't expect that. And I think people really, really, like, don't like, they've heard of it, I think, maybe because of Games Pictures, but I really think that this is a series that more people should watch. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Honorable mentions, a lot of the series that Nier mentioned, of course, Shoshimen series. I reviewed this when it came out. Again, much like Kyoka, but a little bit less of the relationship and more of like the actual mystery solving. Perfect for anybody who, wants like an Agatha Christie or like a Sherlock Holmes kind of anime without necessarily a lot of the rom-com kind of interfering. So that's good. I personally push. I know it got kind of run over, right, by Girls Band Cry, but I personally really like Yorokura, also known as Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Lake, also known as Yoru no Kurage wa Oyogenai. I like that series quite a bit too. Obviously, not nearly as revolutionary as Girls Band Cry, but I think it had its value in the season that it had, and it kind of got looked over. Majulumi, obviously, um, I think it's become like a niche, like it's becoming kind of like a cult hit now in the anime sphere and the sort of like anime social media sphere, but it should definitely still get way more recognition than it actually does right now. And I would also probably give a shout out to something like Plus Size Elf. I think it has a lot of like really good pacing and like proper storyboarding structure and the way it handles the story than expected. As well as for the Isekai fans, I would probably give a shout out to The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. If you instead of watching all the other crap, please watch this one if you're gonna watch an Isekai. So yeah. Uh Toast.
That was fun.
Underrated series. Yeah, most
Wait,
underrated
which
series,
ones did I
please.
miss?
You
None.
missed underrated
No,
series,
no. Yeah. You want to
which
go
All
over
right,
were
I'm
underrated?
missing it. Well, that was fun. Anyway, most underrated series. I'm I can't believe you give it to fat to Elf losing weight. That's an interesting. That's not what I
Just
expected
honorable
that was
from
an
you.
mentions.
honorable mention. You give it to
For
Bang
what?
Brave, Bang Braver.
For overrated?
No, for underrated. We're on
Well, I
Oh,
underrated.
mean, yeah,
underrated.
I wouldn't call it underrated. I think it's rated just fine the way it is. Anyway, honorable mentions. I'll give it to Arch Mao no Elf Dore Elf Slave Bride. That one is I don't see many people talk about it, but it's pretty honest, is what it is.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, you talked about it being kind of like a more straightforward slice of life series, right?
Yeah.
Was you get the slave elf or whatever, right? Uh Together and going, and it's more of like an after story kind of setup, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give it. I'll also give one to instant death ability. That's also another isekai. Uh, I mean that one's a pretty. People say it's One Punch Man esque, but I would not 100% disagree with that. But there's a lot more
Okay.
effort put into like how the power system works in the series than some other people would realize.
All right.
Uh, what else
Okay.
was
Pretty good.
another one would be Osan Adventurer. That one.
Oh,
Uh,
also VRMO adventure or
I've
whatever it
I've
was.
heard that that on the Japanese side likes the Isekai series better, but I would say that I would prefer Osan Adventurer to this one, the one where he's a 30-year-old. Is it 30? How old is he?
It's like 30 or
Osan
40-year-old. Yeah.
Osan Newbie Adventurer. That one, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say that one is underrated,
Okay.
but I'll give it to my I'll give it the most to My Wife Has No Emotion. I like that one quite a bit. Um,
Okay.
Flu. I mean, I've only watched it because of one apparent reason, but the more I watch it, the more I like the dynamic between the main character and Mina. Even though he's kind of a weirdo, but I guess it's
Okay.
an organic relationship between the two that grows throughout the series. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one's pretty good. And
Okay.
the way the way they explored like how relationships between man and machine work, like
Mhm.
overall, like later on in the series, is pretty interesting once you check it out. So yeah, that's I'm gonna give that to my as my underrated series.
Okay.
It's
Thank you
it's
very
definitely
much.
no, what was it? What's that one series? Near, you covered it. It was Plastic Doll, not Plastic Mason, but like
Plastic
Classic
memories.
memories.
Plastic Memories. It's not Plastic Memories. It's not that overly dramatic, I would say, but it's. I mean, at least this one's a little bit more thought provoking than that. Because that one was a drama series. This one, not so much. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Toast. And with that, we're going to move on to this second section, which is a little bit of a variant on slight variant on something like overrated, underrated, but it is most or best pleasant surprise. So the way I kind of usually think about this is the difference between what you expected going in and what you actually sort of got out of the series, quote unquote. So, toast, best pleasant surprise or most pleasant
I
surprise.
bet. I mean, this kind of goes hand in hand between. I mean, I just listed why the series. It's just it's. My wife has no emotion all over again. No. You know what? No. No. I'm
Okay,
rebelling
what
again.
is
I'm
it?
rebelling against fate and myself. I'm gonna say the best pleasant surprise is gonna be Dragon Ball Daima.
Okay,
I did not expect um
Diamond to be good after
Toriyama's.
Super.
No, I mean I did not expect a true return to roots that
Oh,
Dragon
okay.
Ball Daima did. I mean we've had a taste of how like old style Dragon or old style Toriyama with Sandland, but Sandland was all right in what it was. Very cool, like very cool world and traversal. But Dragon Ball Daima expands the Dragon Ball universe in a more interesting way than
Okay.
in a
So
way that in a different way than what Super did, because
mm,
Super feels like more of an extension of Beyond the Boo saga. Because once we got past during the Boo saga is when we started getting introduced to like the divinities and the different worlds of Dragon Ball. And you know, we got the Kais, but then we went further up into the destroyer gods, and then another Kai, like in what's it called? The Goku Black arc, and then like the all powerful gods and the other universes in Tournament of Power. But with Daima, to we went back to like the realms that were left unexplored previously, where you know how there's the Dragon Ball world, and then there's a other world, which is the Heaven place, but we've never talked about the Demon realm in a way. So this was like I said, it's a good adventure romp through the Demon world and an expansion of the overall Dragon Ball universe that I preferred way more than Super. So yeah, I mean,
okay.
like I said, good old vibes of old school Dragon Ball. I want to say the early parts of GT and Dragon Quest, where you explore different lands, and a deep dive into like we got lots of lore about like the Namekians, like the Supreme Kais, the Kais,
Oh
and
yeah,
where
yeah.
they were
Like going
born.
actually, like yeah, like
Yeah,
going actually to deeper
and
into their lore.
there are some things where there are some retcons which are kind of not that good. I wouldn't say well, we're not. There were some not so good retcons in a way. Like there's new Majins now, and the way these new Majins are birthed, it's like and she was remember when they were fighting Majin Buu, and she was there, and I'm like, well, okay, I guess. Did that? Okay, okay, sure, but and then like remember the Cybermen that the
Mm.
Nappa had, and they were only shown once. Guess what? They're from the demon world, and I'm like, well, okay, man, where are we going with this? But I mean,
Yeah, the
overall,
only downside, the only downside was they tried to
it's a
kind
lot
of
of
connect a lot of
rehashing. Yeah,
they tried to connect too many things back to the demon realm. Like, oh, this originally demon realm stuff. Like, that was kind of
I mean, like I think the Cyberman thing is the most egregious, really. And then after
mm,
that is she was there, and like
mm,
she was there during the fight too, but no one saw her. But the least egregious is really like, oh, if you have pointed ears, you're from the demon realm, and I'm like, whatever, man, that's fine.
uh-huh.
But yeah, overall, I did not expect a level of polish like this in Daima, and if anything, I'm glad Toriyama's last work wasn't a sham because this is pretty good.
Mm,
There's a lot
mm.
of love put into this series, and it shows. It's a good send off.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Toast. Dark, most pleasant surprise.
Yeah, so this was an honorable mention I had prior, but I went with Tonani no Yokai-san.
Oh, yes, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
this is a surprisingly much more elaborate series than you would expect. It's got a lot
Yeah,
of really
we talked
interesting
about this
world
during your
building.
review. Yeah.
Yeah, it has a lot more world building than you'd expect. So, you know, it's got a lot of yokai trivia, but it's got a lot of like, you know, actual like how would yokai fit in society? How would that society look? Like what would
Mhm.
be the general differences in day-to-day functions?
Yeah.
And so yeah,
It's not like a
that was a
children's
really
show,
interesting part.
which is
No, yeah, it is
yeah.
not a kid show.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dark. Near, most pleasant surprise.
Um, yeah. So there was a couple pleasant surprises this year that I think were noteworthy. Um, I think uh, I think I was pretty surprised by Kaiju number 8, which going in I was kind of just like, yeah, it's just another shonen thing, but it actually had a bit more, comedy, a bit more heart to it than I expected, which was cool. Um, there was Mahoaku, right? Which was it was kind of a weird pick from Bones to pick up. You know, but they ended
They're
up,
banking all on that like Inuboku SS like hype,
yeah,
to be
yeah,
honest. Yeah.
they delivered a very good product. But for me, I think the biggest pleasant surprise was Mahoako, which was gushing over magical
Yes,
girls.
sir.
Um, back when we previewed this during the preview show, before it, um, I had expressed interest in this, almost purely just because like I liked the character designs, right? I thought the designs for Utena, and Kiwi were really cool. Um, and I was like, it's like an ecchi. It's probably just gonna be like slop, right? It's probably just gonna be like, yeah, it's like whatever. Um, but it ended up being really good. It was funny. It was like genuinely funny. Um, you know, it had more ecchi comedy than like more depth to the ecchi comedy than a lot of ecchi series do. Even the ecchi comedy that's like about, the sexual aspect, it was more about, um, different like fetish stuff or BDSM stuff. It wasn't just like, dude, boobies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
Um,
I think the biggest part is that it carries itself like a series that has um a not crappy budget, which obviously it doesn't have a crappy budget, but um if you look at the premise and you look at the designs and you look at kind of how it starts, you would think like, oh, this is just gonna be like, I don't know, like freaking an Aira or like a TQ or that sort of level, you know what I mean? Like Kill Me Baby or whatever,
yeah,
right? Where it's
yeah,
like, oh, okay, they're just gonna use this stick and then they're gonna have some chibi forms and then they're gonna like joke about some edges and it's gonna be over. Like that's what you would think. But it carried itself above and beyond that. So that was big.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely a big surprise for sure. Um, Pleasant one too, and we're getting more. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
PogChamp.
yeah. All right. Well, Near, thank you very much. And again, another award where I don't need to be in this podcast because I'm also gonna give it to Mahako. Maho Shoujo
Based,
ni Akogarete,
based as
also
fuck.
known as Gushing Over Magical Girls. Honorable mention goes to Brave Bird, Bang Brave, Bang Brave Bird, as well as Girls Band Cry. The reason why I did this was again, it's like the biggest delta between my expectation of going in and what I got from it. I think Girls Band Cry was a close second because when I see sort of, oh, it's like just they're just rolling out the 3D and whatever, usually what people think is like if it's not something like an Orange Studio, right? Usually you're like, okay, well they're just they just pulled in 3D Studio and they're just trying to kind of save money and then they're just trying to just make the series, right? That's sort of what you think. But Girls Band Cry really did push itself and it tried to make a proper series. So it ended up being pretty good on that aspect. But I think Maho Ako, my expectations of it again were very low, even lower than Girls Band Cry. Because Girls Band Cry, I'm just like
To be fair,
expected.
to me
Yeah,
personally, I had pretty big expectations going into Girls Band Cries, so
yeah. Girls Band Cry for me, I was just like,
Well, I feel like you could have
uh,
low expectations just because you're like, oh, multimedia project like thing, like
multimedia, and
sure.
then they're just shoving in 3D, and it's like, oh, okay, like how much are they going to actually be able to kind of churn out without it kind of looking like crap or stuff like that, right? Especially since we know the previous track record of production like projects that are just like, yeah, just just make it all 3D. You know what I mean? And we know what their intentions were previously. But Girls Band Cry didn't end up like that, which is good. But the biggest surprise was definitely Mahawaka because Mahawaka was just my expectations for a series like this is again something on the level of a Kill Me Baby. It's something like a Tiki or an Aira or something like that. Although Aira was okay, but it's like it's that sort of like level of yeah, they're just gonna run it with a stick. They're gonna have a couple of chibis dancing, chibi like character designs dancing around. They're gonna have like a pants pull down. The frames are gonna be at like 15 frames per second. You know what I mean? But it exceeded expectations on every front. And again, it carries itself like an anime that is not just out here to just, oh, be like panties, or the girl just tripped, or the girl is blushing because she's in heat, or whatever. And again, just very well done all around. Much, 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 much better than I had ever expected it could be. So definitely gets my award for most pleasant surprise. And on the heels of that, we are then going to go on to biggest disappointment. Toast.
My biggest disappointment, I couldn't find any way to watch Undead Murder Mystery. I was looking for that for ages, man. It looked like absolute shit, and I wanted to see it.
uh-huh.
Nice.
Or
All
and I
right.
keep what is it? What is it called? Even called Undead Murder Mystery? I keep seeing Undead Murder Mystery Undead Murder Farce. That's
That's
not it.
probably
Different
that's a
series.
totally different
No,
series. Yeah, that's
that's
Undead Girl Murder
Yeah.
Farce, which was last
yeah.
year.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I guess my biggest disappointment. I mean, I wouldn't call Notorious Talker like the worst disappointment because I just hated that series. That's my most hated series. That's hated is different from disappointment, I would say.
Yeah.
So I would probably give it to. I mean,
Yeah. Damn, he's thinking.
Yeah. Oh, right. Now I remember. Now I'll give the Archive the animation. Near you
Oh,
watch
okay. That's
Okay.
near you watched that,
that's
right?
unexpected.
I did. I did.
Did it have
Was it a
Saori?
disappointment? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Exactly. That's why.
Okay.
Okay. That's interesting.
Dude, the
Disclaimer,
Blue Archive
Blue Archive, the
animation.
animation was good. I just putting that out
Dude,
Did it
there.
have
Yeah.
didn't
Saori?
Yeah.
even have
Yeah.
the
No.
railgun crossover in it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Didn't even have a class.
It had Sensei
But yeah.
licking fucking Iori's feet, dude.
But yeah, wasn't even first person while
Yeah, what the
going through
fuck,
all of
dude?
I
those. Yeah,
mean,
you think?
like, I can't fault the anime for having an actual teacher that time. But where's Saori, my man? She's like the best. She's the best one in Blue Archive.
Mhm.
And like, I know people like Toki, so that's fair. But where's Saori?
Saori shows up way later in the story,
Well,
so
then it's dead to me until she shows up. Sorry, I like full-bodied women better, I guess.
I'm afraid Blue Archive is not the series for you.
But I
All
like
right.
Saori. Anyway, yeah. Screw that series until Saori comes in.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Toast. Dark. Biggest disappointment, please.
okay. biggest disappointment. I mean, this was super easy, right? Like this was so so fucking easy. Um, and it was Metallic Rouge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
near.
I thought this shit was gonna be great, bro.
Nice.
It's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
that's not mine.
Yeah,
I'll say that
exactly.
much.
Yeah, mine, yeah, I don't know. This I had high hopes for this. I had real high hopes for this. And then episode 1 was like kind of cool. I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. I guess it'll do like just a bunch of like a Sentai series with this theming." And then it wasn't. It was nothing. It was a
It was
big piece of
literally
shit.
nothing.
Yeah, it was couldn't even tell you what happened in that series really, and I watched the whole fucking thing. So,
That shit was fucking aimless, themeless, characterless. That shit was crazy, man.
yeah.
Yeah. It was not good. All right, Dark. Thank you very much. Near. What
Yeah,
about
near.
you? Biggest disappointment, please.
Say it near. Say it near.
So mine was not Metallic Rouge because I called that shit during the previews. I remember calling that shit. I was like, you know, I feel like I think I said like word for word. I feel like this is going to be an Ergo proxy. I think I remember saying that.
Yeah. I
And
do remember that.
sure enough, it ended up being worse. It ended up being even worse actually, which was I guess a bit of a surprise. But um, no, my biggest disappointment was well, I wrote on my notes. I wrote biggest betrayal, um, because this series betrayed me. This series betrayed my word, my bond. I vouched for this series, and it betrayed me. Um,
Near believed in it when no one else would.
I did, and it
Oh my
stabbed me in
god.
the back. I put Uzumaki.
Yep.
Oh yeah, wait.
Yep.
So
Because I
rude. Oh yeah,
covered
because you covered
I
it too.
covered episode 1 of this series.
Oh, you got owned by this fucking
Because
thing, dude.
I was like it's 4 episodes.
No.
There's no way, right? There's just no way. So I covered
It
episode
went
1
the way of the
and
Studios.
I was pretty positive. I'm not really a big Junji Ito fan. I was pretty positive on the show. I thought they did a pretty good job. And then like 3 days later, episode 2 came out and it was like unredeemable dog shit. And I was like, what? What? What the hell, man? Like, I'm usually pretty good at predicting whether something's going to be decent or not. You know, I like to think I'm pretty good at going into a series and be like,
Yeah.
this is probably gonna be pretty good. This is probably gonna be pretty mediocre, whatever, right? So I'm not usually like that disappointed in series. Like biggest disappointment is kind of usually one of my trickier ones, but yeah, for this one, like this one was like, what the fuck, dude? Like what happened? It was crazy, but yeah.
Yeah. You know, this is the one time where I'm glad that I'm behind I'm after Nier
Uh
because I was the exact opposite where I didn't really predict what would happen with Metallic Rouge because like when I see a premise like Metallic Rouge, I'm sort of more like a blank sheet on those sorts of things. But with Uzumaki, I knew the fate of the Ito anthologies that came before it.
huh.
So I was like,
I should have read the
"Ah,
signs, man.
it
I should
could,
have read the
yeah,
signs.
it could have just gone to shit." Like, so there was like a possibility, and I hedged my bets on that, and unfortunately, it could not escape. It could not escape from the shadow of the other Ito anime adaptations that came before it. So I did not give it to Uzumaki. I gave it to Hokkaido gals are super adorable. Dosaku gyaru wa namara menkoi. So, for those of you who might know me, longtime listeners of the podcast, I really do like, these sorts of like prefectural cultural trivia kind of series, right? Um, and obviously like Hokkaido or like, different areas of Japan and stuff like that. Um, I do like it when there's like anime trivia based around these sorts of things. And so Hokkaido Garus, I expected there to be more Hokkaido trivia. Apparently, fucking not. Apparently, it's just the blonde ghetto in the snow, and it's come on, man. I can see this somewhere else. Okay, I don't need to see this in Hokkaido. Give me more Hokkaido. Give me less of the ghetto. Big disappointment there. Honorable mentions go to Tsuma Shougakusei ni naru for the disappointing kind of story structure it ended up having, or different the I would say the mediocre ways it kind of set up the characters, as well as of course Metallic Rouge. So yeah, very unfortunate. All right, with that then done, we now move on to our kind of final sets of awards. Uh, but just before we go on to our sort of personal awards, we are going to go do our hottest take. This is like a more recent award that we added. I think we added it like maybe 1 or 2 years ago. But yeah, this is just as the title says, the hottest take that we have for I guess this year, next year, whenever. Starting with Toast.
And it's about anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously related to anime, right? But
Oh, oh,
Or the industry at large.
oh!
yeah,
I remember now.
Yeah.
Near
What?
Go Getters is not the worst More Calliope song this year.
I mean, I wouldn't know because I didn't listen to that. So
But Near, don't hey, hold on, Near. Why wasn't Suicide Squad Isekai on your list at all?
I mean, because Suicide, like, Isekai Suicide Squad was like junk food. It wasn't really like, it wasn't really award winning of really anything in my opinion. I liked it, but like, yeah, it was kind of just like there.
so what?
I
Okay,
want to say Go Getters is a pretty good opening, but I can't give it any awards because
Oh, is that what Go Getters was? The
it was
ED for
opening, opening
it
or
was
ED,
ED, right?
ED,
Yeah.
yeah, one of my things, yeah, ED. I couldn't give it any awards because I liked Made Sama better Near.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, that song
okay.
sucked. So
see Near, I
Uh,
disagree. I think it's a great song for
no.
what it is.
Well, what is
all
it?
right.
What is it? Is that is the question?
It's a more
Yeah.
Calliope song Near.
Okay.
God damn it.
I mean,
All right.
like what she like one of the songs she released was it this year or last year? I want to say last year. It's still one of the worst songs I've heard from her, and I will never forgive it.
What
But
Sneaky
go get
Nikki?
it.
That was last year, right?
I will never forgive Sneaky Nikki.
God,
Yeah.
please don't remind me of that song. Anyways,
Yeah,
thank you,
I'll say
Toast.
it's probably her worst song ever that she's made.
All
Hot
right,
take.
Wow.
thank you, Toast. Thank you, Toast, for the Mori Calliope rundown. Dark, what about you? What is your hottest take?
Oh yeah, you should go see your second concert soon in California.
So
No.
Tickets are still on
my
Okay.
sale.
Dark.
so this is actually kind of recent. Well, not. I
Here we
mean,
go.
this is very recent.
Dark's
This
got
is
a super spicy take.
very fucking recent. So recently, Otto, a track dropped, and it was a
Oh.
collaboration between Otto and Imagine fucking Dragons.
I only know two. I only know two autos or Imagine Dragon songs.
Yeah, I mean, me too. At this
Oh, the
point,
misery and this one now.
yeah, I know. Yeah, what is it? Enemy? No, I know Enemy,
Oh yeah, it's called Enemy.
Radioactive. Um, God, I used to know more because I think it was me, Near, and Sin went through like a weird like what would you call it,
Retarded
adventure
bit.
into like
Yeah.
yeah, into watching Minecraft music videos.
Yeah.
So
Oh my god.
it was like all Imagine Dragons songs because of course it was. But yeah, so this track, Take Me to the Beach, is a weird track, right? Like it's still Imagine Dragons. It's kind of like different than like what you would expect, I guess, from like what you usually hear. It's a little bit different of a track. It's also odd timing to release it in like the dead of winter. I mean, I get what they were going for by doing that. But I think this is probably one of Otto's best appearances, like best songs in a while. Completely unironically. It's an Imagine Dragons song that I now have to say like I just like. Like I cannot say that I can't say that I don't like this song. Like I think this song is great.
To be fair, I've
as a
listened to
matter
the
of
other
fact.
songs, and like the guest appearances only have like one line, but Otto, like at the 50-second mark, she sings all the way to the
Otto,
end of
yeah,
that.
Otto is straight up like duetting on it. Like she is a full ass feature. It's a really good song. She carries, obviously. But yeah, this is all to say, like, I really think that a lot of the singles Otto released this year and some of last year too have been like pretty middling. I think whoever she keeps getting for production, kind of fucking sucks.
Mm.
With the exception of like covers and like Vocaloid covers, I think those have been really fun and really good. But as far as like her original stuff, I feel like even since what's it called, it's kind of like dropped off a bit. Uta for One Piece. Like I thought that was like the last time we've heard her like really kind of like bounce around and do different stuff.
Mhm.
And now I feel like a lot of the tracks, and we've discussed this before too, with certain singers, is that the instrumentals kind of are just like doing whatever the fuck they want and are just kind of like noise. A lot of them, even I listened to recent ones, like a lot of them are kind of like mixed like shit. Like it's kind of like a lot of just instruments on top of each
Yeah.
other, and then
Yeah.
Otto is just mixed up more because you're here to hear her voice, but then the instrumentals are
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
like nothing realistically to like complement it.
The balance
Like
is
the
like pretty shit. Yeah.
yeah, it's
I
it's
said
like
it
one
to
of those
Dark.
things
I said
where
it to Dark before the podcast. But I basically said that like, I think it was it today or yet was it
I think
yesterday?
it
I
was
don't remember.
yesterday.
But I was basically saying that like Otto as an artist should be pumping out like generational defining tracks right now. Like
Yeah,
with
yeah,
her
yeah.
voice, she should be like
Yeah,
literally
I think
the
about like the
voice,
crime and
like
Especially
punishment cover.
yeah,
Like
like she
oh
should
my
be like the voice
god.
of
Oh my
cover's
god.
fucking insane
she
and
should be the voice of
Yeah.
the Japanese music industry right now, but she's
yeah.
not.
Yeah, even
She's
more.
kind
No,
of
I
just
mean,
like a niche.
no,
I mean,
I mean,
she's big. She's big in
no,
Japan.
she is, but it's
She's
like
like
she
what
should
the
be
top.
even bigger than she
She's
is now.
gaining
Yeah,
She's the
she's
top
gaining more
of the
traction, but yeah,
singles
she should be fucking
single artists.
exploding
She's
with
gaining
like
traction, but to no help to whoever's mixing her tracks, like whoever's
yeah.
producing the
yeah, yeah.
instrumentals
I
and
do
stuff.
agree.
Like her tracks right now should literally be like on the level of like literal pop like icons, like legacies. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah, yeah,
she's kind of just not, right? Like
Yeah.
she's kind of just
yeah.
she's
But
winning off of her voice, but it's not because of
Mhm.
like her tracks specifically are like iconic right now.
but
Mhm.
Dark, what about Shokka? Otto wrote that herself.
Trying to think which is that?
This one.
Yeah, link that to me. Let me see that.
This Shokka. And what about Episode X? Episode X wasn't bad, but that it was an ISA song.
No, yeah, again, like I said, the covers have been good. Some of the songs have been solid.
I
But
think Shokka's one of the better ones this year, but yeah.
even was it Episode X again? I think Episode X's mixing is bad. Like again, like I think it's another case of like it's an instrumental where everything is on top of itself and then Otto is just louder and then you're just sitting there listening to Otto. But I feel like a lot of these tracks, like she isn't doing enough with her voice. I mean, it's not even that she isn't doing enough with her voice. It's just not a lot of these tracks are really like differentiating themselves. Like Otto has proven time and time again that she could be all over the fucking place. And I was thinking today, like
Yeah.
after the Imagine Dragons feature, I was like, who couldn't she feature with? I was like, this woman could feature on literally any fucking song and kill it with any artist anywhere. Any Western
And
artist you could think of,
she
she could
also has
fucking
enough
feature
of a
with.
global presence to be out there, right? Just like how Blackpink, again, like Rose is like hooking up with Bruno Mars. Like she could hook.
That's
She
what I was thinking.
has
I was like, she
enough
could hook up with
manpower
Bruno
now. Yeah,
Mars, and she could kill it on not even
yeah,
a fucking shitty like like Bruno Mars pre-2010s pop track. I was like,
Yeah,
she could
yeah,
kill
yeah,
it on
yeah,
like a
yeah,
fucking
exactly.
Silk Sonic production track. Like
Yeah,
she
yeah,
could kill it
exactly.
on like a fucking like any rap like track. Like she could just jump
Yeah,
Hold,
in
yeah.
hold
and do
on,
whatever the
Dark.
fuck she
Hold your
wants.
tongue, Dark. Remember, there's one rap artist you don't like.
Yeah, that rap artist is not real. She does not exist. All right, I'm thinking more along the lines
Honestly,
of like
like it would be
Otto, like
amazing.
Otto could fucking cross over with Doshi. Otto could fucking cross over with fucking fucking FK Twigs. Like
I'd
she could
like to
literally
see like
do
almost like
any of
some Dave Grohl plus like stoner rock stuff. Like her voice would be good for that too. Like
exactly.
her
She
hearing
could
her crew
do
for that, that'd be
fucking
amazing.
any of these things.
But
And it's
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
she's just not, and they just like pigeonhole. She's just getting like pigeonholed into this fucking like just samey, like whether it be like J-pop shit or just not even like J-pop, like these weird like I don't know, just samey like ballad type fucking things
And I
or
also want to say,
like
how do
eh,
you feel about
eh,
how do you feel about a Rule, Dark? Rule was also this year.
Rule is okay. Like again though, but I feel like Rule is not that different from like even something like Mirror or Value. Like I really don't think that these are like that drastically different sonically. Do you know what I
mhm.
mean? Like I feel like the sound is very similar. And it's like it's okay
and
to
and
like
I
do a
also
similar sound, but I feel like for her
yeah.
it's like she's very clearly like kind of like overperforming on these like instrumentals that are not doing a lot. And that's why I think like
Yeah.
take me to the beach, like that's an instrumental that we have not heard her on. That is
Yeah.
a situation we have not heard her in, and she fucking obliterated it. Like so it's like I want to hear more of her like exploring these things. I don't want to
And
keep
also
fucking hearing. And this gets into another thing of a hot take of I fucking hate Giga P's production. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I was getting
yeah.
so fucking mad earlier today thinking about Giga P's production that it was driving me up a wall. Like I had not felt this way about something so fucking non-consequential to my life or situation in like at least like in years. Like I mellowed out and I really feel like this brought it back of like I hate this. It sucks. Like
hmm
it's like and I feel like that was kind of the beginning of the end. Or not the beginning of the end, but the beginning of this trend of like, what if we don't have Otto exploring consistently? Like,
I
what if
just
we
feel
just
like
have
to
her
me,
in these
because to
sounds?
me, the first time I listened to Auto was when Spire linked me a track of her covering a Sheena Ringo song,
Yeah,
and
Oh,
I
Charlie
was
Puth, yeah.
crime and punishment. Yeah, it was crazy.
that is very bold. Like that is a bold thing
Yeah,
to do, right?
I was blown away because that
Because
takes
Sheena
a lot of
Ringo
balls.
is a fucking legend, right? Like
Yeah,
she's like
exactly.
actually the goat.
Yeah.
And she killed that track. Like she straight up killed that track.
hmm
And then from then on, as I was listening to her, I'm like, they really have this girl singing like like club music? Like really?
Yeah,
Like
like
this is a fucking 1 in a million voice, and you have her
yeah.
singing like fucking like over basically like fucking shitty breakcore or some shit. Like what are we doing
Mhm.
here, man? Like
Yeah.
like she could be, she by all metrics she should be the next Sheena Ringo, right? Like she should be
She
singing
could
like
honestly in this global day and age, if she played her hands right, her cards right, I think she could even approach something like a Taylor Swift like phenomenon,
yeah
right?
for sure.
yeah,
But it's like the uh, the
I think the
additional
beats they're
issue
giving her are
also.
just not good,
yeah.
Yeah.
man.
The beats,
I
like,
well, I think what I was going to
and
say
again,
is
like
that I keep
some of her
getting cut
biggest
off.
tracks are on these shitty beats. And I'm sorry for cutting you off, but it's like again because it's the fucking Giga P tracks. Like, Show is fucking garbage. Like, I don't
Mhm.
give a shit when anyone. This is another hot take. Show is ass. That track is straight up ass. She is the only good thing about it. That instrumental is
Yeah.
fucking corny. Giga literally just throws fucking random sound effects into like his songs at this point, to where it's like I
Mhm.
can't even tell if he's joking. Like I suspect the
Mhm.
next fucking thing, the next song to feature, like I said in chat, like it's gonna be like that fucking. I don't even know what that instrument is, but the like that classic like racist Chinatown jingle into like a fucking Taco Bell gong, and like that's
Yeah.
gonna be his grand transition. It's like, what are we doing? Like, why is she on this track when like clearly you want to focus on her voice? And so, like I said, like the first two tracks I heard from her were the first two tracks were Usewa and what's it called?
Kami
Um,
Boy or something like that. Yeah.
yeah, and no, there was the what's the English name for the baseball one? Because that was one of the first. Those were the
Um.
first two tracks on Spotify from her, and that was when she literally had like 2,000 fucking listens on Spotify, or when Spotify
Mhm.
recommended me to her, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" And I don't even remember if I linked it in this chat because I literally assumed that this was someone that I already should have known. And I
Mhm.
genuinely was like not gonna I genuinely didn't link it because I was like, I don't wanna seem like the asshole who's like, yo, check out this person. And everyone's like, yeah, no shit, dumbass. Like we all know who
Yeah.
this fucking is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then it turned out it was like, no, like these were like some of the first tracks she dropped, and then she dropped the Crime and Punishment cover, and it was fucking insane. And like
Yeah.
again, like I was saying, like that is the type of music that we should be getting from her, especially because her voice is carrying so many of these tracks where I
Mhm.
feel like again, and I'll have to go back and listen to some of these again just to reiterate it. But I think even with episode X, even with Kiddo Coaster, and especially with shit like Show, um, Take Me to the Beach is literally the first track of those that's like actually an instrumental that she is playing with. Like she is playing into,
Mhm.
she is like trading with effectively.
Yeah. And I
Um
really want to get
and
this
it's not that
point
impressive.
across
It's not
is
even that impressive of fucking instrumental. It's a fucking
yeah.
Imagine Dragons production. Like what the fuck are we doing?
It's like and I really want to get this point across before I forget it. But again, but it's like this sort of sounds self-serving, but it kind of isn't, where it is important for Otto to get her not even her bag, but like her peak kind of vocal performances out now. Obviously, I think, if intends on having like a Taylor Swift like career, she's going to have a long lived, many, many songs, many, hits out, published and, successful for a long time. But just in case, she needs to really try to get her peak vocal performances out now. And later, obviously, she can transition into what a lot of famous singers kind of transition into, where it's like they don't have something that's like as daring vocally, but it's like it has much more emotional maturity and stuff like that, and then those kind of become a hit as well. But like right now, when she's young, she needs to really bring out like, this is me, this is my vocal, like musical technical expertise, and I am bashing you over the head with it, and I am the goddess you
Oh,
will worship
and not only
or to.
that,
And
I don't know what is wrong with again her handlers and her management and everything in JP.
mm,
And maybe I don't know, maybe the Imagine Dragons connection is like this a sign of something. Maybe something is
mm.
happening where release a fucking album? Maybe do a real album? Because I don't know if
Yeah,
anyone
yeah,
knows this,
instead
but
of
she does not have a
this
single
tour's only.
real
Yeah,
album except for fucking Uta's songs from One Piece. That's the only
yeah,
one that
yeah,
is
yeah,
a
yeah,
real album.
yeah,
All of
yeah,
the
yeah,
others are a
exactly.
collection of singles that have no relation to each other whatsoever fucking ever.
Yeah, yeah. And again, like part of the real reason why I'm trying to emphasize this, if I could finish the point, but it's like um she needs to focus now, because right now she's doing all these like performances and new songs and going on tours all the time and doing this, right? What is the biggest thing that is the danger for her here? She is, I would say, almost with like 80-90% certainty, she is probably going to have a vocal cord issue, or she's going to get
Yep.
like throat cancer or something like that. Just with the strain she's putting on with all these tours, like constant world fucking tours all day. Um, like, and on top of that, again, singing these new songs, doing these collaborations, getting new work all the time. She's like people who do maybe like two-thirds or like half of her work get throat polyps and stuff like that in the voice acting industry. Imagine her doing this. She is 100% going to have vocal cord issues down the line. So she needs to bang stuff out now and then like take a fucking break. Instead of trying to do a million, world tours while banging out stupid, Imagine Dragon covers or whatever it is, right? Like
Yeah,
collab
I mean,
stuff.
it's like, well,
Yeah.
even that, like, I would rather see collabs like that at the very least. Like, I don't know, man.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm just being like fucking biased as a white boy, but like,
Imagine
I
Dragon fan,
want to
yeah.
see more. I want to see more Western collabs at this point. Then, if like the shit
Uh-huh.
she's getting in Japan is like quote unquote collab and it's fucking just a Giga P like track, like
Mhm.
oh my god, please only collab with like Western people.
I
Maybe get
just feel
some
like she's.
Western
Mhm.
I feel
fucking
like in
like
terms of
management
like
with
the
you.
JP side, she's really holed into this kind of like anime Vocaloid kind of uh market when she's
Yeah,
very obviously bigger than that. So it's kind of odd that she's still in this sound.
yeah.
But
Mhm.
So I don't know, and yeah, I fully agree with you, Spire, and that's another reason why I pray to God that that she is thinking about starting to do a real album cycle, like
Yeah, yeah.
to
I
do a
because
true album, because that means
because what
that
I'm
you are
also
going to
afraid of
bang
is
that
like
out over the course of a couple months, and then you can rest while the actual album
yeah.
is being put together.
Because what I'm also afraid of is like even people who get like standard, say vocal polyps or problems like that, right? They take breaks off and they come back and maybe, on the good side, on the bright side, they recover, right? For somebody like her who is just so strained, and I know, there have been other famous stories, right, of musical artists who have performed so much and put so much passion into their work and have reached the tops of their musical industry, right? Um, and they have issues with playing. They get, ACL, if they're playing like a musical instrument with their hands, right? Or obviously, again, if they're singing, they get vocal polyps, and they have a very hard time recovering, or they don't recover fully, and now they're fucked. They
Yeah, and I mean
are
her
they
range
are
is
in the shadow,
insane
and it's
too.
like,
So it's like
yeah,
you don't know what, like, maybe you lose some of that range, right? And
yeah,
that's
yeah,
big.
yeah,
Um
yeah.
so yeah, again, that's another reason why it's
So,
like, please for the love of God, stop this like fucking like singles like anime OP fucking
yeah,
nonsense and
into like
do
24-hour
real
world tour,
singer
yeah.
shit. Yeah, do real
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
singer shit. Do real
Yeah,
singer
yeah, yeah.
songwriter shit. Make an album. Make an album that's
Mhm,
one actual like, tight 48 minutes, and
mhm.
you can work on that for like half a year or something. And maybe you do an anime OP here and there. Maybe you do
Yeah.
go on tour here and there or do a couple shows here and there. Maybe you go on tour.
Yeah.
But like this bullshit where it's like we're going to do just single after single after single and it all sounds the fucking same instrumentally
Yeah.
realistically, and then her vocals she's just kind of like trying to carry it. It's just that I just feel like, yeah, it's a waste of time because then you're going on tour with like nothing. Like Taylor Swift has her eras, bands have their
Mhm.
albums. Like you
And
want
also,
that
again,
type of shit.
like, I know, like, there are other, like, I'm thinking sometimes of, like, K-pop idols who did this, like, this one very, like, famous singer who also has, like, super good chops. But, like, again, if you look at somebody like Taylor Swift, they have this like their songs represent a history of their thoughts towards like their songs and singing, and that creates that like legacy as you mentioned, right? And she needs to again think about building that legacy instead of being like, yeah, One Piece, like, although it's good, like, it needs to be
Yeah,
more
like
than
that's good.
that,
It's like,
right?
dog, that's your only real album right now. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell? And by the way,
Yeah.
just to clarify, when I say real album, I mean like from start to end. This is a collection of songs that complement each other, that tell a
Yeah.
full that have a narrative through line.
Yeah.
None of her other albums
Yeah.
have that because they're
That
just a
represents
collection of
you. Yeah.
singles.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Very unfortunate. Thank you,
So
Dark.
Doc, you going to the concert later in New Jersey?
No, I will not be going to New Jersey ever again.
Yeah.
What about you, Near? She has one in Canada.
I try to not be in New
No.
Jersey.
All right. Anyways, Near, what about you? Hottest take, please.
Well, I don't think mine's gonna be that long.
Okay.
But I think my hot take right now, and I've kind of been feeling this throughout the year, I guess, is that I think Trigger should never do an original story ever again.
Oh, I agree. That's a good one. Yeah.
I think now that Trigger has sort of succeeded quite admirably on adapting Dungeon Meshi, obviously they're signed on to, well, I'm pretty sure they're signed on to season 2. Crazy if not, but I feel like they've remained pretty consistent. They actually Dungeon Meshi didn't have. Did Dungeon Meshi have Imaishi on it outside of like key animating? I don't know. But either way, maybe it's just a directorial thing. But I feel like Trigger was uh really good at being a studio that's just adapting a story, right?
Yeah.
I think it's good
As long
when
as the truncations aren't weird, yeah. It's like
yeah, I think they should just stick with this. I think they should probably like obviously it's Trigger, right? So they're continue their fucking panty and stocking. They're probably gonna ruin that. And then, do whatever with whatever. But after we saw obviously we had the fucking roundtable with Cyberpunk and pretty much none of us liked that, right? We all kind of shit on that shit. Darling and the Franks happened. And it's like the last like original hits they had was Luluco, maybe Little Witch Academia, which was already kind of like Little Witch Academia, like the TV series was already kind of like an adaptation of their own previous original work, right?
yeah, the short, right, exactly.
And then they had Gridman, which was kind of, sort of an original story within the constraints of the sort of Gridman IP,
Yep.
Gridman
Yep.
Ultraman IP.
Near, what about Kill la Kill?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Kill la Kill falls apart at the end. Darling and the Franks falls apart.
I think it was like
Well,
7 episodes in, right? Or 8, something like that.
I think it was how many episodes was Darling and the Franks? I don't remember. But it was
Darling and the Franks, I believe, was 12.
fuck, it was 24 episodes.
It
Jesus.
was
It
24.
was 24.
I
Okay,
think
maybe
Darling
it
and
was
the
like
Franks.
17
Darling and
or
the
something.
Franks. It had a couple like it fell flat on its face a couple times.
Was it
Like
kind of
there was a
already
couple of
hanging,
moments.
doing,
Oh, I think the
going over,
moment, or rather, I should say, the point of no return was when they right after they got the upgraded the red mode.
Yes, for
Right
sure.
after
But,
that, it was like point of no
But
return.
Darling and the Franks, like it had its redeeming moments. I think the stuff with 02, like young 02 in the past and stuff like that, were very, very good.
Yeah.
But then they fucking went into space and the Verm showed up, and it was like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? It was just so absurd. Like even Luluco, as quaint as it was like, yeah, we're going into the fucking Trigger multiverse, motherfucker, and it's like, okay, what are we doing?
Oh my God.
But yeah, it's
The
just like
anti spirals.
so much shit that Trigger does like falls apart at the end, and then here we have Trigger being like, hey, adapt this manga, adapt it, just do it straight out, and they kill it, right? Like they fucking knock it out of the park. I feel like they should just stick with that. I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't think what people really, really like about Trigger is their storytelling. I think it's the visuals, man. I think it's
Yeah.
just the animation. Um,
Oh, well, it's like you can appreciate it like I don't. It's not even once really. It's just like I don't know. It's like just do the just just stop introducing the fucking anti spirals into everything. Okay,
yeah,
like
No,
it's just not
every
necessary.
series needs to have the same exact bittersweet ending possible.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like stupid. But yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Near. And I'll finally wrap up this much longer than expected hottest take with a take that I think even the people in this podcast will disagree with me on. So I do think that it is an appropriate hot take. I believe that given what we have now, isekai adaptations like anime adaptations, right? I don't care about like the web novel, whatever stuff, because that's always going to be because that's essentially fan fiction, right? That's always going to be springing eternal. But anime adaptations, isekai anime adaptations, in my opinion, will face a sudden downturn in how many series get produced over the next 1 to 3 years, and they might be slowly replaced. I'm not sure what they might be replaced by. They might be replaced by something like social
It's
commentary or just more
it's
creative
gonna
manga
be it's
adaptations or
Osans, my
more
dude. It's
yeah
we're in the Osan period right now.
or more game related adaptations, or maybe even just the number of anime produced will decrease, which will synergize with like a decreasing number of studios. But I think there's the isekai sort of fatigue will hit much sooner than later because a lot of it because a lot of like the isekai models and like a lot of like smaller anime models, right? Obviously, like there's broadcasting rights which give them money, but it's a lot of that also depends on them going viral, them making trying to make like merch or sell off the DVDs with like omake merchandise, right? Um, a lot of these isekai franchises licenses depend on selling that merch, depend on selling the licenses to like gotcha game collabs or whatever stuff like that, right? But if there are so many like isekai series in that space, there's going to be just so much heavy fatigue in terms of consumer fatigue, in terms of isekai fans can't possibly buy all of the different merch and omake and get whatever stuff like that. They can like barely keep up with watching and reading the isekai as is, but they can't I don't think they can give nearly enough money to support these isekai series. And so once the big wigs start noticing that, I think they're heavily going to cut down on the number of isekai that are going to be produced throughout the year. And whether again that comes with a replacement in other genres or whatever, or whether it just means a overall decrease in terms of anime, I think it probably is going to end up with an overall decrease in the number of anime. But I think there will be a much quicker uh, turn towards isekai fatigue and kind of decrease in isekai anime production than we might expect, right, with this current boom. So that's my hot take, to be honest. Uh, and with that, we are finally on to our second to last, I guess, section, which is our personal awards here. So our personal awards are pretty much just what it sounds like. It's just personalized, like custom awards. We have like a list of them for each person, and we start off now with Toast.
You want me to stall for time?
Some person.
I can stall for time.
Uh, it's fine. Just do your stuff. I can stay here for a bit. Yeah.
All right. So I got 30 awards I need to speed run through. All right.
Dude.
All right. So let's see. Best manga this year. I'm gonna give it to. Last year was 139. Was it a parallel world with a 139 female to male ratio is unexpectedly normal? That one's pretty good. It's still ongoing. Best new character drop this year. But I'm gonna give best manga to Growing Tired of the Lazy High Elf Life After 120 Years. It's pretty good. I'm hoping it gets an anime adaptation later on so I can talk about it because it's one of the better isekais slow life isekais that people love that I have read in a long time. Not as good as Free Ren, I guess, y- we'll see. I don't think I watched any boys anime this year, so that's exempt. Best isekai this year overall, because that's my personal one.
Uh-huh.
You guys know what it is. Hell yeah,
Do we?
yeah, it counts
What is
there.
it?
It's Daima. Remember,
Uh,
the demon world is a whole parallel universe that's separate from the 12 main universes. So it's an isekai
God damn
by,
it.
by the entire name. Best sports anime. I think I only watched two this year, right? And
Did you watch like the Blue Lock seasons or
hell
whatever?
no. I read the manga though.
Oh, okay.
'Cause, I've heard that people don't like the Blue Lock animation style anymore. Something's going
Yeah,
on
yeah,
up there.
yeah. People have been complaining about season two's like lack of Sakugs or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna give best sports anime to High Speed Etoile. It's
Okay.
pretty good. It overall, like it's it's kind of lackluster towards the bad or the latter half, but it's.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't got much of a choice. It looks good though, and I still think that all the sponsors are funny, and that made me
Okay.
laugh. So it gets an extra point. A bonus award honorable mention goes to Rinkai. You know, we made fun of how it looks and whatnot, but it was honest in its portrayal of indoor cycling. So it was pretty honest. I can't fault it for that. Best
Okay.
romance series. I'm gonna give it to Elf Bride. Hell yeah! Guess what? That's another isekai. Not an isekai. Elf Bride's pretty good. Honorable mention though, I haven't talked about this series in a while though, is The Foolish Angel Dances with the Devil. That's a long
Oh.
I've
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't talked about the series in a long time. That's the one with Ayane Sakura voicing the main girl.
Mhm.
Okay, best VTuber. I mean, come on. Sorry, but there's only one real choice. It's not Fuomoko, but I'm gonna give it to Ceres Fauna because according to YouTube, I've watched her the most this year. I'm in the top 1% of Ceres Fauna viewers. Take that.
Wow.
Best
Uh,
VTuber model. You know what, Near? You know what, Near? I'm gonna give it to Fauna as well because soon we won't have her model anymore, and it's a tragedy that we're losing the second best model in Hololive EN this
mhm.
year. You know who the first is. I don't have to say it.
Slender Man.
No,
Tori, obviously.
near near. We have a new lore. It's called Red Thin now. New Red Thin. I should give you the clip later. Anyway,
I like Skibidi
worst,
Toilet.
kinda, yeah. Worst VTuber of this year.
Oh God.
Man,
That's gonna get
man,
us
there are
canceled
some
here.
really bad VTubers this year. That's why I'm going to skip that one.
All right.
Best
Too
VTuber
much heat.
drama this year. Best and worst VTuber drama. No, that's mean. Best VTuber drama this year.
Has VTuber drama this year? Is there a good VTuber drama?
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah, I got the funniest VTuber or the funniest VTuber drama this year. The Niji Sanji cancellation of 3 concerts. That was
Oh yeah.
hilarious.
Oh yeah, cause dude, they were in danger, bro. You don't get it.
It was like what is it? It was one. It was two Ian concerts and even what Cro Noir concert. Man, that was bad. Watching the ticket sales in real time over several months, where they barely sold like 20%. Man, that was rough.
Hmm.
Worst VTuber drama this year. Oh boy, that's a really, really bad one this year. One that nearly sunk the entire ship. I'll just say it's the stuff that happened with Selentowski. I don't want to go in anymore because it's really
Was
bad.
that this year?
That was this year, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Is that I guess is that mainly it for
No,
your
no,
round of
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
okay.
Uh, worst. No, I already have that. Best graduation this year. Um, Minato Aqua. She went out
Uh-huh.
with a bang.
Best graduate? Oh, okay.
Did you
I
see
was
her
like
CCV, dude? It was like over 1 million. What was it?
okay.
1.3 million? That was
Mhm.
crazy. Worst graduation. I mean, I just that Solen stuff was really bad. Also, the Pomu
Okay.
stuff was really bad. They lost Niji Sanji Ian lost their best, what the two pillars of their like entire company there.
I mean, they basically lost everybody with that drama too. So,
Yeah.
because like, um, what's her name ever even like come back or make a comment on any of that shit?
What Sayu or sorry Zion
No, I know what's her name commented on it, but
Pomu? Which
the
which one
bitch
is
with
that
the
one?
wings, her hair,
Pomu?
Illyria,
Oh, you mean her sister?
I guess.
Their sister, as in the V2, the same VTuber artist.
Sure.
Yeah, she came back, but I mean, they have never recovered their CCVs and their subscriber counts after the black
I mean, yeah,
stream. Black
that shit was
screen. That
so
was
bad.
really bad. Yeah. Best live action, best VTuber stream of this year. I mean, Holo GTA was pretty good. Really, really good.
What about the
Mm.
fucking 2005 Fauna Minecraft stream, dude?
Oh, that
Dude,
was
that
really good
was
too.
awesome. That was an
That's one of her.
incredible
That's one of her
stream.
best solo streams. Yeah. And then like we also had the what is it? The Wikipedia drama with the Mume stuff. That's really good too.
Yeah.
You should check that out. Best anime movie this year. Gundam Seed Freedom. It's on Netflix and it's pretty good for what it is. There weren't that many anime movies this year. I missed out on what is it? What's the one movie where Suisei sang the main role? Uh, Trapezium. There were no screenings nearby. I'm sad. I missed out on Trapezium. I need to watch that.
What about Look Back,
What the heck is that?
the film that came out
You're
recently?
so
I
uncultured,
didn't
dude.
watch that. Was that wasn't that based on the manga or no?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Was it? Let me guess. Akiyuki Shimbo was Akiyuki Shimbo or Nisio Isin on it?
No, it's
No.
No, it's not
Fujimoto.
Fujimoto. Yeah, it's
Oh, okay.
Fujimoto.
Then I'll check that out. I don't think I've seen it though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
best or most anticipated anime of 2025. I don't know why you don't have this on here, Spire, but you do. You
What?
should. I'm gonna give it to Sakamoto Days. That's one of the big pillars of a. If you guys have
Oh.
Chainsaw Man, I got Sakamoto Days. I've been keeping my
No,
eye
we
on it for
we
a while.
we previewed Sakamoto Days and we were pretty positive about it, right?
Yeah,
I
but
think. Yeah.
I've known about it longer than you guys have, so I've been looking forward to that. And
We just got fucking owned.
apparently there's a season 2 in the same year, so that's high expectations for Sakamoto
It's
Days.
probably just gonna be 2 cores, right?
It's not apparently. I don't think so.
Oh,
But yeah, best VTuber corporation. Sorry, you know who it is. It's Hollow Live. And
Yeah.
overall
Phase
best.
Connect. Come on, bro.
I like Tenma and Uruka. That's about it.
Respo,
Yeah.
please.
Oh, don't you mean Brave Company? Ha ha ha. But yeah,
Yeah.
and
All right.
like one more. What is it? Best singer of this year? It's Otto. Hell yeah. Can you believe
Okay.
that was only this year in March that she had her, or it was this year she had her first world tour and her second world tour was immediately next year? That's hot.
Okay.
She's right there. But yeah, those are mine. Yeah.
All right.
Overall, this year for anime kind of sucks.
We're gonna cover that in a little bit later, so you can save that for a bit. But yeah. All right. Uh. So yeah. Thank you, Toast, for that veritable laundry list of custom awards there. I
I could
guess
have had more. I skipped out on 5 because I didn't watch many of these. Like
yeah.
there was no best was it ATX version of an anime uncensored? There was
Mhm.
no I didn't watch any Boys Love and whatnot. So yeah.
Okay. Uh, thank you very much, Toast. What about you, Nier? Do you have any custom awards you might want to share with
And
us?
here,
I
here's your
won.
list. What?
I won.
All
I
right.
won. Mine's a glaze. Mine's a straight up glaze. Um, Mine is best episode director,
Ooh, that's a good one. Good idea, Nier.
and
I'll add that to mine later too.
mine
Next year.
goes to Kotaro Matsunaga, and he directed episode 7 of Dandadan.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
spicy.
telling you,
Yes.
man, I love this episode so much. Like this episode is legitimately a masterpiece. I don't know if you guys have watched Dandadan up to episode 7. It's like
I
fuck,
saw it now. Yeah,
dude.
I
It's
saw it.
so
I
it's so
have,
good.
and the
It's
only thing
good.
I'll say before I BRB is that black and white first person shot is crazy.
Oh my god. It's actually like
It's
it's actually like
really good.
a storyboarding like directing masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's so absurd. Um
Yeah.
I kind of hope this dude uh goes on to get like his own like main directorial thing cuz I kind of want to see what he can put out cuz
Yeah.
very very impressive stuff. But yeah, that's the only one I got. On that, I guess maybe I could do like a filler one
Here, Nier.
since Toast said it.
What's your best fight scene
For
here?
most best fight scene
Yeah, best fight this year.
the year. Best fight this year. Probably the after image fight in Elusive
Oh,
Samurai.
that's a good one. Yeah,
Because
Oh, that's a
that's a
good one.
really
that
good
shit
one.
was wild. That shit was very impressive. Um but yeah, since Toast mentioned it, I'll do a most anticipated thing for next year. I'm really looking forward to the Chainsaw Man movie. I think that shit's
Oh,
gonna
Oh,
be
you
okay.
saw that?
I think that shit's gonna be straight fucking fire. Most people consider the Reese arc to be like the best arc of part one. I'm among those people, so I'm pretty hyped. I hope they do it justice, you know. But
All
yeah,
right. Pretty good. Thank you very much, Nier. And I have a couple more. Uh, that's going to be uh, I guess taking
Who?
up a little bit of time, but
Here, here,
the
here's to Spire. Before that, who's the best Korean VTuber this year?
best Korean VTuber this year. There are a lot of Korean VTubers that I like. I don't know about having like best, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. There's like a
Okay,
lot of
well,
ones that I like.
fine. Let me broaden it. Who is the best Korean this year?
The best Korean this year? Probably certainly not the president, I think, of South Korea.
what?
But
Oh,
other than that,
I
it's
think he
pretty much
did.
free
I
game.
think he did a good job. Listen, man, he was
Yeah.
just sad.
He
You
had to
can't.
he saw the button and he had to slap it. He was like,
Yeah,
martial law button? All right, fucking press it.
you can't bully
Just
him. Okay, he was sad. He wanted
yeah,
friends.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He just wanted friends. He was lonely. He couldn't help it. He just had to press the red button of doom. But yeah, um, going over the awards, best character voice actor combination. I would say Aoyuki and the sort of the two roles that she took where she had to do both the kid and like the bratty kid and the wife voice.
oh, that's
She
a good one.
obviously is a good fit for both and does it pretty does the balance pretty well. Um, the award for worst opening, I believe I believe everybody here in this podcast know what it is, and I don't think I have to. Well, I want to link it, but it is fucking Into the Fire by
Oh,
AK-69 and
This shit
Cancel for
rocks, dude.
yeah,
What are you
dude.
the
talking
Re
about?
Monster OP. Ding ding dong like King Kong baby. Let's fucking go.
That's
It's such a
crazy good,
fucking
dude.
banger, man.
Yeah.
So
God, this
that
shit is
gets an
so ugly
award
with the fucking like
for some cum.
fucking
Then
like
when the cum
cum
comes onto
dripping
the
over the title. Like what were they cooking, man? I don't understand.
Remember, this is the first series that D worked on for
Fuck, man.
2024. Not like the last one or like the one, like one of like 5 different ones like JC Staff. This is like the first thing that they like focused on.
It's
So shit,
near.
dude.
It's not that. It's saliva because his skill is
No,
devour.
bro, it's cum, dude. It's straight up cum. Like,
Ding ding dong like King Kong, baby. But yeah. Um
Fantastic.
worst OP that and best OP visuals, I would say Girls Band Cry opening and probably honorable mention is Makine opening. Both very just good visuals. Uh worst Isekai series name. The most notorious talker runs the world's greatest clan.
Yeah.
Surprise. I mean, this like I'm not gonna like necessarily dunk on its premise too much, but it's like the name itself is just not good. And I don't think anybody will be able to object to that. Series with the most well-paced and structured storyboard, I would say Plus Size Elf. The
I
sort of
mean, okay, man.
I just think it's just packed very well because it's like it kind of
I
tells
mean, is it very
like
educational or something? Because I
it's
didn't
not
think it
necessarily
was that
like
good.
educating, but it's like it packs the trivia and the comedy and this like episodic kind of through line all very very well. Sorry. I also want to give the future this sort of like future of anime award. So this is like where I think, oh, this series is really pushing what the anime industry can look up to as a standard for like what the anime industry should
Oh
be
yeah.
trying to do in the future. This
So
goes to
this.
Girls Band Cry.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Go Hands. I was like, oh.
me too.
Yeah, it goes to
I
It's
momentary
thought
not
the
out
same
yet.
illusion.
It's
thing.
not out yet. We gotta
Oh yeah,
wait.
right,
That's next
right,
Yeah,
year.
right.
That's
yeah,
next
yeah,
I
year.
mean,
I
yeah.
don't
it's
think they had a series
already
this year, right?
it's already rated
Yeah.
bar. They hit 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck, dude. That was this year. God damn,
Yeah,
dude.
dude.
God
Gotta
damn
see
it.
you. Go
The cat,
ahead.
yeah, the cat and then the other one, right?
Yeah.
The
I'm
glasses.
sorry. I
Tsuki Mega,
just
right?
Megane
I
one.
forgot
Yeah.
because
Tsuki
they
Mega.
didn't. They had
Yeah.
the weights on for those two.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
exactly.
Yeah. They couldn't let their
Uh
fucking full potential out, although they tried their
yeah.
best.
You should see the rotoscoping when they go full crazy.
Fuck, man. I can't
uh
wait, dude.
yeah. But yeah, Future of Anime Award goes to Girls Band Cry for really kind of pushing that envelope. Best transformation sequence, Baji Lumiere.
Yes, dude.
Yes.
I don't know, man.
And the mo-
Have you seen Gav's Henshin? It's pretty good.
The gummy man.
Yeah. And the most confusing initial premise award for most confusing initial premise goes to how I attended an all guys mixer because I had to like go through the like I had to initially
Bro, the
read the
fact
premise
that we
and
went
then I
back
had to
and
go through
forth
the
like
trailer and read the
5
Bro,
stuff.
times,
we
I
were
Yeah.
had no idea
straight
what the
we were straight up
fuck was
stumped on that
happening.
one, man.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah. I had to read like the captions like there was all the trailers and stuff like that on the Japanese trailer to be like, oh wait, these are just tomboys or whatever. Uh, that was confusing. And also in the future, I do want to this just for me, this is not for the other guys in the podcast, but I want to have bet I want to make it a year's resolution for next year's award show. I want to have a like a best director and like a best scriptwriter award set up so I can actually,
How
I want
about
to like
worst?
dig
I'll
into
give
those
you
as well.
worst. Akiki Shimbo Nisio Isin.
Yeah, I want to have best and worst director and maybe best and worst scriptwriters on there. I think it'll be good.
Okada
Dark.
Marie
Hold
to
on,
both of
hold on,
Yeah,
us.
Spire.
Okada fucking
Okada.
Marie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Okada Marie. Thank you. That's one too. Worst.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, Spire.
What, Josh? Yeah.
You should continue the trend. What's your most anticipated anime of 2025?
Most anticipated? I'll probably say it'll be as the other guy said, yeah, it's probably Sakamoto Days. Although obviously, you can't resist the Go Hands legend coming down the line,
True,
Momentary
dude.
Lily. Yeah.
True.
But
What
yeah, I
about
was surprised.
what about what's that one that's coming up this year or next year? the new key one. What's it called? Blue Summer Pockets.
Summer Pockets.
What about Summer
I've read
Pocket?
I've read a decent amount of Summer Pockets. I wasn't impressed by the visual novel, and if I'm not impressed by the visual novel, I'm probably not going to be very impressed by the anime. So,
But Spire, it's the second coming of Clannad.
What does it even
oh
mean?
my god, I just want to slap people who like
I don't
say
believe it's
shit
better than
like
Clannad.
yeah.
Clannad's really, really good. Hot
Clannad
take, it's
is
their best one.
also the issue with Clannad is also it's a like the visual novel is good, although I'm personally more of a fan of Little Busters than I was of
That's
Clannad the
fair.
visual novel. But it's like it was also a once in a lifetime miracle because Clannad was, I think, the only visual novel adaptation where having the anime and like its truncated format worked out better for the
You didn't like
franchise and
eating
the
what?
Canon
series.
You didn't like eating
2006?
bento fucking
Yeah,
82
for
times?
like
What?
Fujibayashi Ryo feeding you, showing you the bento like 30 times in a row, and then like cutting to the
They
rain
do
scene with Kyo.
toilets,
Yeah,
toilet seat cover? Hell yeah. But
yeah,
yeah,
but
I
it's
would
like
also say Canon 2006 was really, really good. And
Yep.
yeah. It's
those
like
two
those
back
two
to
were
back.
like the
Whew.
ones where the truncations worked well, but it's like for all the other kind of like key kind of series, the truncations did not work nearly as well. I would say Little Busters obviously suffered from that. I would
Yeah.
say Rewrite also suffered from that, but Rewrite was also because there were just like so many like layers upon layers of like this is the true end, no, this is the true end, no, this is the moon, and then the earth, and then the real true end. And it's like because of that in the visual novel that also had problems like transferring into the anime properly. And obviously I have my own problems with Rewrite in general. But uh, even if we assumed that Summer Pockets was a overall good visual novel, which I personally um do not support that premise, it remains to be seen whether that can be transferred properly into an entire anime. So that's a double whammy right there, in my opinion. So, but yeah,
Hot take,
uh,
hot take.
yeah,
2006, 2007, that year, the best, the best years of Kyoto Animation. Hot take. You can throw in the Haruhi years too, but not
those are
Endless
pretty good
Eight.
years. Yeah, yeah, but not LC. Yeah, I agree. Okay, and rounding up, uh, any custom awards that you want to throw us our way, Dark?
Yeah, so shit, I actually forgot what one of my custom awards were.
God damn it.
We're gonna go with best gay series though, being Bang Brave, Bang Braver. Um, that's
Not
winning out
Tatsugata
over
out of
yeah,
August, or
that's
actually no.
winning out
Wait,
over
you didn't
Tazagaya
award
Fuga.
this to Tadama Okaeri? Wait, hold the fuck up,
Tadama
sir.
Kairi? No, no, absolutely
No
not.
Omegaverse?
No, no,
No
we don't
Omegaverse
mess with
series.
that. We mess with the
Oh my
Braver
god.
inverse, the Bang Brave Bang Braverse. That's what
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
we're all
Does
about
that count
here.
as boys' love?
I count it. I
Hell
count
yeah.
it with boys love. See that? They were all over each other. They were inside each other when you think about it. They even said it themselves multiple times.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but yeah, that series rocked. Oh, and then the other award I want to give out to is I'm gonna give the Arcane Award to Arcane Season 2. Couldn't fit that
Rudy.
in anywhere else. Speaking of episode 7s that were sick, Arcane Season 2 Episode 7, very sick
That shit was
episode.
crazy, man.
Loved that. Check that out if you haven't checked that out yet. Arcane Season 2 is phenomenal.
All right. Well,
Oh,
thank you.
Dark,
Yeah.
we're gonna Dark. What's your most anticipated anime of 2025?
I mean, right now it's Sakamoto Days, right? Or I guess like maybe
Yeah, for
Apothecary
us, it's all
Diaries
Sakamoto days.
Season 2. Like I really don't know of anything else that's coming out later in the year though, so I
What about the
can't speak
isekais?
on that.
Chainsaw Man.
And no thank you. Oh, more Chainsaw Man's next year?
The movie.
The movie,
The
dude.
movie.
Yeah, the movie, the
Oh, I
movie.
didn't realize that was next year. Damn, okay, okay. That's actually probably my most anticipated then. Like,
I put the trailer in the chat earlier.
oh. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Dark. And we are pretty much down to our last section, finally. And we are obviously going to start off with our worst series, or least favorite, whichever one, whichever descriptor you prefer, but it's going to be uh, a bashing of some anime all the same. Starting off with Toast. Worst slash least favorite series,
Baker,
please.
Notorious Talker. That
Notorious
series,
Talker,
I
yes.
don't like that series at all.
Okay. All
Bro had
right.
that. Bro
What
had
about
that locked the fuck in.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
was
yeah.
like,
I kind of
like,
predicted it could happen, but yeah, I just wanted to ask. But Dark, what about you? Worst slash least favorite series?
all right. So my worst slash least favorite series. I thought about this, right? And so mine is a dead heat tie. So I'll
Hell
bring up
yeah.
one that I didn't bring up yet. Well, I'll say honorable mention, runner up. Well, I mean the true one is Metallic Rouge, right? The real one. Um, but that one's easy. That's an easy one. The other one I have is Train to the End of the World.
Oh,
Train
I forgot that one
Train
was
to
this.
the End of the
Oh,
World, I think is like straight ass when it had potential. Like it really had potential. And then it just kind of like it just gets like really bad. And like I think people like it because it's weird, but that doesn't mean it's good. Like it's not still not good. Um so yeah, that and it gets worse as it goes on too, because it does like a weird like Wonder Egg type thing where it's like trying to be like super
oh
serious
no.
towards the end, and then like but it's like not a serious show at all. They try and like
Yeah.
overly explain shit, and it's like, yeah, man, like I don't know, dude. You had like screaming vegetables on screen, and literally the premise of this show involves 5G technology. Like,
Oh
why would
yeah,
you like why would you try and make this like a serious fucking like story ending and like trying to really like I don't know. It felt very much like someone like really feeling themselves. Story of this series. Like really thinking like, yo, this shit is gonna like subvert people's expectations. Like, yeah, but
Yeah.
like this sucks. Like this is just bad.
so did
Yeah.
you ever find out what the 5G was?
Oh yeah,
I
the
actually never
fucking
made it to the whole
5G.
end. I made it
Or
to
the,
I think
was
episode
it
10 or
5G or 6G?
11.
I don't know.
It was
Oh,
5. Oh
Didn't
wait,
they
no, I think it
explain
was
because it was like
6G. It
that
was like
evil
6 or
6G.
scientist?
7G.
Oh
It was
yeah,
that
7
evil scientist who
7G.
explained
Because
it,
he
yeah.
skipped over the
Yeah,
6.
it was like there was like an evil scientist guy who was like really pissed off about how like some bullshit, and so then they activated it, and it
Yeah,
like really fucked up the world,
he
and
like
they meant to
developed
do
like
it.
6 million G, yeah.
Yeah, to like change the world, to like mold it, and then one of the main
Yeah.
girls like got caught up in it, and she was actually like being treated as like the queen because she could like control the world in that 7 or 6G reality, whatever it was. Either dude, it sucked. It sucked ass. Like I don't
Yeah,
know
it
what
was
else.
not good.
It was really bad. It was really hard to
Yeah.
follow. Well, I mean, it wasn't hard to follow. It was just really fucking stupid. So I didn't follow it very much.
Mhm. All right. Thank you, Dark. Near. Worst slash least favorite series, please.
I took the easy road all fucking day. Fuck Metallic Rouge. Fuck this stupid fucking show.
My
Yeah.
I
God.
fucking hate this show
Oh
so much,
yeah.
man. It is
Yeah.
actually probably the most infuriating viewing experiences I've had in probably like a decade. Um, this show doesn't have a plot line. This show doesn't have themes. This show doesn't have character development.
Bro, the
This
theme is
show,
robot. What do you
yeah, this
mean?
show doesn't even have like consistent characterization because characters will just do random shit depending on whatever given scene. I hate it. It sucks.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, it really could have been anything. It could have been something. It could have been just like,
Literally could have just
robots
been a
fight each other.
Toku, yeah, Toku action
Yeah, it
series
could have
like
just been,
episode
hey
1 was.
man, uh, here's a girl, she turns into a robot, and she fights other robots, and that's really all you needed. But nope, you turned it into irredeemable dog shit. I hate it. I hate this show.
Hmm. All right. Thank you very much, Nier. And I'll round it up. Worst slash least favorite series. Um, and if you guys, are longtime listeners, know pretty much my opinions about this right now, and have listened to the awards shows leading up to this, you guys should probably be expecting what I'm about to say. It is Remonster with an honorable mention to Solo Leveling.
This
Remonster
guy
is just
hates. So, Spire, what's your worst? Who's your worst Korean this year?
the worst Korean. Not Kim Jong Un.
What was
Probably
that one series about the Korean dude who got bullied in school? Wasn't that?
it's viral hit. Viral
Yeah.
hit. Yeah.
What's wrong with Viral Hit?
Viral hit is like mediocre, but it's not like I didn't like it, and I gave it not a very high rating, but I wouldn't consider it the worst stuff. Like something like Remonster is really just everything I don't want to see in the anime industry right now. It is like just it's just starting from the visuals, obviously, the just ghetto visuals and just crappy, animation quality, and then the opening ED kind of stuff is just like you just have K-pop collabs because why the fuck not? And then it's like a random hip hop thing that doesn't really make any sense with the remonster or whatever, and then the lyrics also don't fucking make sense, and then there's like come all over the screen of like the title visuals, and it's like that stuff, and then um, the story is just the absolute worst type of power fantasy. I think there are scientific studies out there that show that every episode of Remonster you watch, you lose 17 IQ. It's just like the story is just I grew up as orc, but I suddenly gained power, and then I can eat anything, and I become very strong, and then I save women from being raped, and then they want to have sex with me now, and it's like,
Hey, but
brother.
I was told that without this series, we would not have had Slime Tensei. So
Yeah,
really,
exactly. I fucking
who's
saw
to
that comment. I
say?
was like, oh my god, just end it. Uh, like whether it's the progenitor of whatever or whether it's following after the coattails of XYZ series, it doesn't matter. The fact that this amalgamation of like themes and stories and like character designs exist in this space is a curse to the anime industry. And on top of that, the fact that it exists with Studio Dean having infused it with the I want to say the enchantment of crappiness, the enchantment of crappy animation plus two, is even worse. It's just like there's no redeemable feature of this series unless you're literally the type of person who reads and rereads the redo of Healer for fun because you think, wow, the I don't know, like the main character I hate fucking the bratty princess or whatever. That's like, oh my god, I fucking love that in anime. Unless like you're that type of like weirdo person that needs to go outside, you will
And get run
not
over by a car.
yeah, I get run over by Carcoon and actually get isekai'd, yeah. Unless you're that sort of person, you will not enjoy Remaster. I'm just gonna say, and even if you're that kind of person, you probably won't like Remaster because the fucking audio visuals are shit. So it's like, I don't know. There's just nothing redeeming about that series. So yeah, that was my worst anime of the season. And now we come to the very last award in our list. It is our best anime of the season, our favorite series of the season or of the year, sorry. And we start now with Toast. Best slash favorite series, please.
So I have a 7-way tie on this one.
Wait, okay.
but I'm probably
You should try to narrow it down to like one or
Seven
two.
fucking.
I can narrow it down to like 4. Like
Okay.
Ranma was
What are they?
really good, but
Okay.
it's Ranma. I feel like that's cheating, but it's
Okay.
Ranma.
Uh-huh.
Daima's really good, but is that cheating? I don't know. I really
I
like
don't
Daima.
think that's cheating. Yeah.
Um,
And then?
so I mean, and then I really like My Wife Has No Emotion, but do I want to put it on top of the cream of the crop? No, I don't think I
There's
should.
good and like best. Yeah, best, good and best are different. So,
And then, despite what Spire says, I really do like If My Wife Was an Elementary School Student. But was it
mhm.
best anime of the year? I don't know. It's a really good manga, and apparently a live action that I have yet to check out. But is it best anime of the season? Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, Dungeon
All
Mesh is
right.
up there too, because Dungeon Meshi Bones, right?
Trigger.
Trigger,
Trigger,
yeah.
There you go.
Dungeon Meshi is really good.
Yeah.
And so was out Blue Bob. No, Mile 2099. Hell yeah. Sorry, I only remember the Toa parts, but that's good enough for me. But
All right.
overall, like I'm probably going to give it to
Two.
hold on,
You
did that
can.
even come out this year?
He's thinking. Thinking.
It didn't come out, right?
Toast.
What?
Oh no, it's not. All
Yeah.
right,
What?
so I'm going to give
We
it
should try to decide.
to near heads or tails.
Um, Tails.
All right, going to Dragon Ball Daima.
Okay.
Get it
Okay.
near
Well,
because
that's.
Goku has a tail.
Sure.
Yeah,
But okay. Well,
yeah.
that's a good choice of any. So,
Yeah.
thank
Dragon
you
Ball
very
Daima.
much.
I really like Daima for all of the above what I said. Honorable
Yeah.
mentions: Dungeon Meshi. Dungeon Meshi is good. Rama one half was the other one. If you picked heads because get it, he turns into a
Mhm.
girl.
Yeah.
Girls
Get
do
it?
have heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's true.
Yeah. All right.
So
Thank you very much,
good job,
Toast.
Daima. Really good
Yeah.
showing so far.
All right. Thank you very much. And Dark, best slash favorite series, please.
Yeah, see, this was kind of tough. I mean, like, or rather, it wasn't really tough. It's just that, like, damn, man, there was some really, really good stuff this
Damn,
year.
you mean Don?
Yeah,
Huh?
I do actually mean that, cause yeah,
Oh
I
hell
mean
yeah, I got it right.
that's it. Like, what the fuck? Like, what else? I don't know, man. Like,
Dungeon Meshi, dude. What about Dungeon Meshi? Dungeon
I
Meshi is really
know.
good.
That's the part that makes it hard, right? Because like Dungeon Meshi was phenomenal.
Like Dungeon Meshi is really
And
good, but I
then even
still
like,
feel like it came out too late. Some like one that's
What do
still
you
my
Dungeon
hot
mean?
Meshi
take.
was fantastic.
It I mean, it should have came out earlier, is what I'm saying. A couple of years earlier.
Well, then the manga wouldn't be over.
The manga.
Yeah,
When
right.
did the manga end?
So
All right. Well,
yeah,
yeah.
so Don Da Don, obviously for the reasons we discussed. The honorable mentions I would say that I have are like what do you call it? Obviously Dungeon Meshi. Meshi was fantastic. What else to say? Elusive Samurai was also really close. That was up there. And then to another extent as well, Kaiju number 8. Kaiju number 8 was definitely the furthest behind, but I still think it was like kind of in the running, which I think is more than you could say about a lot of like Shonen Jump series a lot of times, you know? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah, pretty decent year overall. Like or
Yeah.
rather
Yeah.
there was a lot of there was a lot of good stuff this year, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Dark. Near. best slash favorite series, please.
I want to say this one was hard, but it kind of wasn't. It kind of wasn't.
Yeah, I wanted to put I
Yeah,
wanted
that's
for
what I was
you to
saying. Like,
put up
it's not
pretest for like 30
hard.
more seconds, and then
It's not really hard.
yeah.
It's just that like you're like, man, I guess I gotta do it, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of like you're kind of like looking at the list and you're like, you know, this one like I'll go through my honorable mentions. So I I really want to give it to Girls Band Cry. Because Girls Band Cry was really good.
Okay,
I really liked Girls Band Cry. It's got its
but
faults. Yeah, I think the ending is a bit sudden. But I think it's expected given the subject material that the series has. I think some of the things that held it back for me was the fact that the voice acting cast, while being like almost entirely newcomers, is cool. I do think some of the performances are a bit stilted uh, in some given scenes here and there. I do think some of the episodes feel a little bit like filler, like a bit like potentially wasted time
hmm
in a series that's so like character driven and character focused. Um, I don't know how important it was to have pretty much a whole episode being like it's hot outside, we need to find a AC, you know.
hmm
It's a fun episode, but you know, but yeah, I do really love the show. I really love how like real it is, how earnest it is, how like unapologetically angsty the characters are because they're
yeah,
fucking teenagers, right? Like
yeah.
they
They just
have
are
these
unreasonable at times.
yeah, they
Yeah.
have these outbursts of emotions. Sometimes they cry for like no reason. They shout at each other
hmm
for no reason, right? They get angry for no reason. And the series knows that, right? And
hmm
it doesn't really pull its punches with stuff like that. And it's something I really like about the show. But yeah. Stuff like Kaiju number 8 was also really good. Dungeon Meshi was fantastic as well. But really, at the end of the day, like, I mean, Dandadan kills it, right? Like, Dandadan
hmm
it's right up my alley. It's got action. It's got weird, quirky subject matter. It's unique. It's Science Saru, which immediately bumps up, right? I love Science Saru. They pick up really cool stuff. They did a really good job at adapting it. Um, and like, I mean, it's goated, right? Like, it's just like
Right.
audiovisually, like very solid, just all the way through. Um, the voice acting is phenomenal. The comedy delivery is phenomenal. The banter is really really good. Um, the emotional bits are really fantastic. Um, it's got a lot of heart, right? It's
hmm
it's really good. Um, you know, I don't think this year was quite as much of a sweep for me as last year was, but like,
Honestly, when I heard you coming in with like the initial kind of like down and stuff like that, I was like, oh, okay, I see how where this is going. But it ended up being a little bit, more diverse than I think even you expected, right? At
yeah,
the end of the day. So
I'm not a glazer, okay?
I swear,
I'm not a
the
glazer,
man
but
says as he puts the Don on on the fifth.
listen,
Yeah,
it's good, okay? It's good. I
yeah,
can't
yeah,
help
yeah,
it. I can't help it.
yeah. Oh my god. All right. Thank you very much, Near. And uh yeah, for me, my best slash favorite series. I I went over this for like a long, long, long time and I tried to really rank it properly, but I have to give it a tie, but like I know which one I would probably give the slight edge to. So I would say the tie goes to Dungeon Meshi and the Elusive Samurai slash Nigijo's no Akademi. I think that'll be a tie. If I had to give it a personal edge, I will probably give it to Dungeon Meshi. So and honorable mentions obviously go to Dandadan. This one was very, 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 very close to getting first as well. alongside like the other ones, right? As well as Gushing Over Magical Girls, Slash Mahako, Spice and Wolf 2024, and on my
That's
list.
cheating.
Yeah. But it's good. But hey, at least I didn't. At least I didn't give it to a season 2 of something random, right? But it's like,
Yeah.
so obviously, we've talked all that we need to talk about the visuals and the audio and the cast members and everything else of Don and Dungeon Meshi and the Elusive Samurai. And I think the only really thing that's like like kind of starts like edging each other one by one is like either the slightly for me obviously like the slight edge part of the slight edge that the Elusive Samurai has oftentimes over other series is the consistent quality of its visuals, right? But also in considering these between say Delicious and Dungeon Meshi, Elusive Samurai and Dandadan is like I keep going back to saying this over and over again, but when I think of anime of the year, when I think of timeless anime, when I think of something that I would truly like to call an anime classic, I tend to bias my results towards something that I think everybody would ultimately have enjoyed the experience of watching, if that makes sense. So what I mean by that is I would be able to something like Hoseki no Kuni, right? It's obviously I could show that to an anime nerd and they would like it, assuming that they're not retarded, like just dumb as shit, fucking rocks, and just like watching Bleach only all the time, right? Um, I think anime casual quote unquote casuals, right? People who might only watch the Demon Slayer once and on and off. Somebody who might have seen a REM figurine somewhere on a website somewhere, but have no idea what that series is. Might look at a Bleach like a scene from like the Bleach manga and be like, is that like the manga about Kendo or whatever? Like those sorts of like casuals would probably appreciate Hoseki no Kuni, right? And then probably the people who are like, what are those animes, right? Would also probably, in some sense, like if you actually got them to sit down and like watch the series, right? They would appreciate Hoseki no Kuni. And that's what I really mean. It's like when I talk about timeless and classic anime, I want an anime that I can proudly show to my parents, be like, this is the type of stuff that I watch. It's like having, a few
Oh, okay.
something like
Mahawak
a
didn't
girlfriend come
win.
home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like having like a girl come home with you, right? To your parents, like showing off to your parents. Like you want somebody that you can introduce to your parents, and it's the same with anime. It's like you want something that you're not gonna be. You can at least explain, right? Like what it is that they're doing, and it's like a good thing, and you're not afraid. You're not trying to hide it, and I think obviously again, all of these series kind of go along to well in that, but the one that most excels in that category of like, yeah, mom, like this is anime. This is what I watch. Like this is a thing that everybody can enjoy. Will probably be Dungeon Meshi, and then I think um uh the Elusive Samurai stuff like that and Don. I think Elusive Samurai is a little bit more uh, I would say accessible as long as you get people to actually sit down and like read the story. But it's like it's something that I think more people would maybe appreciate. And so these two are sort of the ones that I've always had in mind for in terms of like this is a classic. If we had to name like a classic anime from 2024, this would be like a classic anime. I think something again, I will be able to be like, I'll proudly be able to show my parents, I will be able to show boomers, whoever, right? People who don't understand what those animes with the anime girls or whatever are. This is what I'm watching. So in that sense, again, Dungeon Meshi takes a cake for me. So,
I'm
so
glad.
yeah.
Who's your
I'm
favorite
glad
again, Spire?
my year over year constant like pining for a series like Hoseki no Kuni again has started to infect Spire now as well.
Yeah. Well, it's just like Hoseki no Kuni. It's like I like when the year came out. I thought it was still anime of the year, but I didn't really fully realize the impact. I think during the year when it came out, I think you realized some. I think most of the impact
I'm a fucking
when it came
visionary,
out.
dude. Listen,
Yeah,
like I'm
on
the
Auteur,
keynote. I'm the
you are the
kenographer. Okay,
Auteur. Yeah, yeah,
I
exactly.
recognize real.
You
Okay.
you put on those tonal glasses and you see the Sakugs.
Yes, dude.
um, but yeah, I when the year came out, I think I was like I was on board to be like, yeah, this looks like it's anime of the year, but I didn't like fully realize the impact it would have until I think the year after or the year after that. But like now it's just like we need more anime like that. I think is a very for anybody that appreciates what anime are trying to do. Um, Apart from just being like, oh, isekai stuff, whatever, right? Um, for anybody that's like, wow, I want more cool freaking anime. I want something to watch. I want something to blow me away. We need more things like the Elusive Samurai or Hoseki no Kuni or Girls Band Cry or something along that line. It's just that's the road we have to walk down. So, but yeah,
Sorry, you're getting
that
Beastars
was
season 7.
we're getting brand new animal, and Year is going to like it.
Yeah.
But
Oh man, I forgot about that one.
yeah,
Was
brand
that
new
mentioned
animal.
when we did our trigger when we did your trigger talk?
No, I
No.
was about to mention it.
I
I
mean,
was like,
I'm
the
not gonna
bad
lie.
kind of.
Even the Trigger fans didn't watch BNA, so
Yeah, yeah. I think we only watched it because like we had to review it, but
yeah,
it's like I'm pretty sure the Trigger fans like kind of slipped. It's like how the Gohans people kind of are like, it's like the Triggers, and then they kind of forget about like K Project and like random stuff.
yeah.
It's like, yeah. But yeah, that was my best series of the year. And with that, again, we're going to wrap up. I think we're just gonna uh go around, I guess, just thoughts on the year of anime for each person. I guess starting with Toast. Thoughts thoughts about this year?
This year, overall, pretty lukewarm. Overall, I
Mm,
guess. Not too many standouts that I would say, oh, this is the best anime of the year.
mhm.
Yeah, this year kind of sucked in anime. This
Okay.
year sucked. Name one good series that revolutionized anime.
Mm,
Well, you
all
can have
right.
a revolution every year, bro.
Yeah, you can. What is a
Indeed.
year but a revolution of the earth around the sun?
You're kind of spitting actually. Never mind.
All right.
Yeah, so
Well,
well, overall, yeah, there's some exceptions, but overall, I believe that I want to say 2023 was a better year for anime. Am I wrong?
Think you
I mean,
um,
2023
I
was insane.
Yeah,
So
exactly. So 2024 overall, and there's look and a bunch of worldly events 2024 happened. That this is one of the most disastrous years in a while.
yeah, I think.
I
Well, I
So,
think
mean,
that's
sure.
but
yeah,
that has nothing to do with anime, but it just
yeah,
carries the
exactly.
vibe. I'm
Yeah.
here's hoping that 2025 is better for everyone else. It's gonna be better for you guys though, because you guys get to cover Isekai finally next year too. So
I'm
All
okay.
right.
I
I'm
look
okay.
forward to a more prosperous 2025 in anime than this year. 2023 was pretty good. 2024
Mm.
not so good. 2025, I believe. I believe in Sakamoto days and isekais, old man isekais.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Toast. Dark. Thoughts on 2024?
Thought it was really good in hindsight. I mean, like overall, right? Like when you look
Mm.
at it in isolation, it's like, it could have been better. I think with a lot of the sequels though, it was quite nice. So Yeah,
Mhm.
overall pretty solid year. You know, it was definitely a lot better than
Mhm.
expected, right? Like there were a lot of seasons going into it, we were like, I don't know about this one. That turned out to be pretty good. So
Mhm.
yeah, and then overall, like
Right.
the big hitters this year were really good.
Yeah.
So can't complain. Um, gonna be a tough year. Gonna be a tough year to beat. For 2025, and we
But
are
was it better
off
than
to a
last year?
rollicking
Or
start.
was it better than
I'd have to
2023?
go back to 2023 again. What even got my 2023? Well, free
2023
Rerun
run.
was
was
But
2023
2020. Rerun
was very
Chainsaw Man.
big.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
Chainsaw
I think
year.
yeah.
Man. No,
So
yeah,
I think
fair.
essentially near talked about it pretty well when I was talking about it as well. It was like Trigun, Onimai, and like Chainsaw Man and Oshinoko were like all duking each other in the face. And at the very end of the year, like
yeah.
Frieren just like came in and was like just mocked
Yep.
everybody.
Step
And I
Yeah,
was
aside.
like,
I,
Yeah,
yeah.
what?
Yep.
yeah.
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 So I mean, again, I don't know. It would be tough. It's a close, I would say, if I'm being honest. In my opinion,
I,
I
I
think the
think
big hitters this year
2023
are really
monks. I
good.
think
yeah,
2023
like I
monks.
don't like Dandadan is the only super standout of this year, I would say. And like, and then you got
In terms of like so it's like I think
uh,
2023 also had like a lot of mediocre and like really bad like low lows as well, but it's like um the top line, just talk about the top line of anime, right? Not talk about the overall status. The top line of anime in 2023 rivaled probably something from years past. Maybe not a- as good as maybe something close coming close to 2011. I don't think it beats
20. I mean,
2011, but 2011
2022
was
was
very
pretty
good.
good too, if you think about
Yeah,
it.
2022 was pretty good top line wise. But 2023 comes top line comes very close to something like how 2011 kind of acted up. So yeah,
Mm,
but yeah.
I'll have to think about that one.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, do
wait,
you disagree? We had like fucking Oshinoko, Heavenly Delusion, Onimai,
I mean,
Free
2011.
Ren,
I want to say
Trigon?
2011. 2011 was
Trigun.
huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have to
Oh,
think about it, but I don't 100% disagree.
yeah. Okay. Wait, so that was Dark,
Oh
right?
yeah, Heavenly
Dark, are you done with
Delusion was
the?
last year too. Yeah,
Yes,
nah.
dude.
2013,
2023 was
2013 is
big.
definitely bigger. Like
2023. Yeah.
Yeah.
if we had the same
Uh,
amount of series this year for like that, that would have been fucking nuts. I don't think
yeah.
2025 is gonna be able to keep up either way with either though. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
2025 is off to a
I
really fucking
just
rough
believe
start.
in the isekai.
I
I
don't.
don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
All
Can't.
right.
Won't.
Yeah. So that's that for Dark. Then Near.
I think I said it earlier in the award show. I think this year, if you could sum it up to anything, I think this year is the year of hidden gems. Um,
Okay.
I don't think there were as many series that were coming around swinging their dick. Like 2023 had. 2023, like I mean, like I said, it was big.
hmm
Like there was blockbusters pretty much every season, and the level that they sort of uh achieved was, I mean, it was very impressive, right? Um,
hmm
like even if you take free rent out of 2023, 2023 is like big. Like it's got quite a lot of big names.
hmm
Um, and even before 2023, we had 2022, which had some big names, right? Chainsaw Man was 2022.
hmm
Um, what else was it? Too? I think fucking
Blue,
when did
Blue
Jujutsu
Line?
Kaisen start? Remember, but
It
yeah,
has
Butcher
to
the
be like
Rock.
20 pre-COVID almost, right?
Yeah. Butcher the Rock, Licorice Recoil,
Yeah,
Yokai
Licky
Kashina
Ricky was 22 too.
Uta.
Uh,
Yeah.
Luca Rico.
Like 2022 was big. So we've been on kind of a fuck. Spy Family was 2022 as well. We've been on
Oh,
And then
uh
up and up since
correct.
2020, I believe.
we've been on the stint of some pretty strong years, right?
Yeah,
So
the top again, it's like the issue is like where you set the perspective because this is all talk about top line, right? And whenever I think near you and Dark were obviously a little bit more cynical, it's like when we had to review because we're not just reviewing the top line stuff. We're not just like, oh, Jujutsu Kaisen next episode reactions, oh,
yeah,
Champ
yeah.
face, whatever. We're like literally going through the entire season. So I think a lot of the overall season has worrying signs here and there, and I don't disagree that there are more worrying signs and not less necessarily,
Hey,
right?
For
As the
sure.
seasons go on, but in terms of like the top line, I think one
hey,
can necessarily remain optimistic throughout the
you know
years.
what else was in 2022?
What?
What?
Or was it 2022? No, no, no. I'm thinking 2023, right?
What?
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 Or no, it was 2022. I'm crazy.
What are you
Bochi the
talking about?
Rock.
Yeah, I mentioned
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Bochi was there, yeah.
Yeah.
What the
But
heck is this? Hold on. Is Bochi the Rock LGBTQ? What do you have me Google?
Yeah.
these are good questions. But yeah,
Yeah. But anyways.
yeah, in terms of like the really big like heavy hitter, like mainstream heavy hitters, um, when you look at this year, it doesn't look as stacked, right? Which I think is fair.
Mhm.
But I think if you dig a bit, there's some really good shit in this year, right? Um, obviously, you know, we've covered Maho Ako quite a bit. Um, you know, I've recommended Majo Teyaju quite a bit. Um, you know, fuck, I'm just going through it right now. Girls Band Cry, obviously big, like it, like didn't get the credit it really deserves. Didn't really get the mainstream audience that it deserves because of its sort of Western release schedule.
Mhm.
Um, you know, um, but yeah, if you look a little bit deeper below the surface, there's some really big, there's some big stuff here, right?
Mhm.
Shoshimen, Nigijozu, um, Mahoaku. Again, I can't sing these like series praises enough, right? But
All right.
they're not really in the mainstream, right? They're not getting talked about on Twitter. They're not getting clipped. They're not getting talked about by the as you know the big sort of anime YouTubers right now. Um,
Mhm.
so when you kind of look at the year sort of in a singularity, it's like you have Dungeon Meshi at the start and you have Dandadan at the end, and it's like what the fuck
Oh
happened in
shit.
the middle, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a lot of really good stuff in there, right? So
Mhm.
um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's this year's not as bombastic, but there's still a lot of quality, obviously. It's just that
Yeah.
I think we've been on a really good run these past couple years. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, there's a lot of stuff to wade through uh nowadays, which I think
Mhm.
is it can bring the mood down, obviously. You know, as the years go by, there's more and more shit to wade through. But you know, if you're willing to look, there's quality everywhere, right? So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Nier. As for me, again, like part of this, like, because we've had these sort of like end of the year realizations, right, for a couple of years now. And this is part of why, just because I've been in the game of reviewing these years for so long, because I've gone through the cycle of life, death, and rebirth so many times with, looking at these seasons, being like, oh, this season's fucking shit. Wait a minute. Oh, this season was like it has some okay stuff. Oh, this season was shit. Oh well, it has. And then at the end of the year, it's like, oh, there's like a lot of decent series. So, because of that sort of like continual cycle, uh, I've always more or less remain optimistic that at the end of the day, at the end of the season, at the end of the year, there are going to be enough shows that we all enjoy to be like, okay, well, this anime season is like watchable, right? Um, Obviously, again, the problem is we in the podcast at least are reviewers of entire anime seasons. We are not just people who are like, oh, done done, and then we fuck off for like the next, however many months, right? And so because of that, when we see the entire season, we kind of get a bit pessimistic at times. But I think this year was, you know, just as often as formidable, if not even slightly more formidable than what we had during some of the previous years, especially, when I think the industry was struggling a little bit during like the COVID years, right? Like the 1920 kind of stuff like that. I think the years 22, 23, 24 are kind of ramping up to be on pace in terms of like having a lot of top line stuff that's similar on par with what we had in like the 2017, 2018 eras. Maybe not, again, I would say maybe not as big as the glory days of like the 11, 12 years. But certainly very, good. Like we have a lot of top line stuff, right? We have stuff like Apothecary Diaries, Mushoku Tensei, um, a lot of season twos that we might be wanting to watch, right? And it's worth watching. We have a lot of movies coming out. We have movies coming out like In This Corner of the World, or Fireworks, or Look Back, that are getting more and more traction, right? Bell, stuff like that, that's getting more and more traction and are become popular. And these anime movies that are telling different stories that aren't just like isekai series, right? And that's really nice. And then we also have, of course, a lot of popular stuff coming out, whether it's Kaiju number 8, Chainsaw Man, Oshinoko, whatever stuff like that. And in this year, obviously, we have a bunch of ones fighting over each other. Uh, Stuff that is not only good, but is legitimately trying to push the anime industry forward, to a new and higher standard that we can be proud of, instead of just being like, yeah, we made uh we animated an isekai series, but it's like at 60 frames. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's something that we can really aim for, something that we can really say, this is the new standard. The Elusive Samurai set that standard. Don set that standard. Um, uh, Dungeon Meshi set that standard. And I think, again, Girls Band Cry set that standard. And we can be proud of that, like, top line of series showing up like that. Am I worried maybe about, again, the isekai ratio hitting record highs? Like it's the fucking climate change, like hottest summer on record kind of shit? Yes. Am I worried that by the time we hit, summer 2025, we could potentially have a 40% plus isekai ratio? Yes. But that being said, um, I do again think that their isekai fatigue will hit a, a high real quickly, and then something will be made of that. Whether again it's like smaller, less anime to be made, which will be a little bit unfortunate, or maybe people will kind of pivot into trying to find other genres, right? But I think while there are worrying signs, especially in the industry with regards to like bankruptcies and other companies being swallowed, we do have reasons to be more optimistic about the better and better quality anime that are also being made on the top line. So I'm definitely looking forward to 2025. And yeah, um, we'll be, everybody in this podcast will be heading right along, just trying to review all the series that we can over there. So, but yeah, that was pretty much it. And again, thank you guys so much for another year of, listening to us, 4PA, just going through all the reviews and leaving comments and talking with us. Obviously, we don't necessarily always give you guys maybe the opinions that you guys might appreciate, but we always try to tell it like it is. We always try to. We're not necessarily sitting here being like, "Oh, this series is popular. Well, better start praising it." It is our reviews pretty much straight up. So, thank you everybody for you know, chatting with us, listening to us throughout the entire year. And obviously, I'm here yapping here, but obviously, this podcast wouldn't be the same or really exist at all without Toast, Near, Dark, guys all over here helping out with the podcast, just shooting the shit here. And I couldn't be happier that, uh, I am doing the podcast with these guys. You know what I mean?
Fuck you.
Love
Yeah.
you too, bro. Anyway, Spark, you
Uh,
got any announcements?
I do not have any
I do.
announcements.
I have an announcement.
Yeah. What's happening?
Don't do it.
So, I'm
Oh,
going to do it.
Don't do it.
So, it is with a heavy heart that I must say that I'm going to graduate from this
Shut the fuck up.
The moment
podcast.
that Dark and Nier was like, "Don't do this," I took a second and then I was like, "Oh, this shit, huh?"
Yeah,
Oh god damn
I'm
it.
gonna be graduating from this podcast for an extended amount of time. I don't know
Yeah.
I will be back, so
Until next
I'll
year,
miss I'll
maybe.
miss you guys.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. All right.
See you
And
next year,
with
little
that,
bro.
yeah,
yeah.
see you next year, Tess. But
I
yeah,
see you guys
and
when I
with
see you.
yeah. But with that, again, thank you guys, and we'll be back. We're not gonna be back until I think probably mid-January. That's where we're gonna start the winter 2025 reviews. I again have like an extended certification, so that's why we had to do this podcast early. But we are going to start with a hitting the ground running mid-January. So we'll be sending out on our updates on our social media, on Facebook, on 4PlayerAnimecast, on Twitter/x.com. Handle at 4PPAnimecast, and on Blue Sky 4PlayerAnimecast. So you can check us out there for updates and news. And we have our recording of the podcast here on twitch.tv/4PlayAnimecast, where we will do a live recording of our podcast every other Saturday, starting from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, plus or minus scheduling, right? Where we talk about the latest and greatest Japanese animation, anime, manga, light novels, visual novels, web novels, so much more. We have our stuff here, recorded here, and on YouTube, whichever format you desire, where we have clips and so on. And you can enjoy at your leisure. So check us out here. Check us out there. Have a great holidays. And as always, we'll see you next time.